Hello, people in chat. It is I, Shadow, joined today by Helix and Rin.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, I was trying to be a gentleman, but you apparently you want me to go first. That's okay. Hello, my name is Helix. I'm a wrestler. I play video games. I like science. I like what else do I like? I make music sometimes. I do karaoke's occasionally. Well, just one yet, but there will be more. And we're gonna talk about some anime.
Yes.
Oh, we're absolutely going to talk about anime. Hi, my name is Rin, and I'm from another dimension. I'm an eldritch nightmare, and I lost all my powers, so I'm trying to regain some by getting the energy from humans. Do you want to give me some?
Yes.
Do it. Do it. Do it.
Yes, give energy to Rin.
Yes. Give me food and money. That's what you will all notice on my streams. Every time I open Genshin, I'm like, give me money.
Well, it will be like that, doesn't it?
Every time, only in Genshin.
Oh, hello, Shuhart.
50 cents, hell yeah.
I'm still posting promotion for the stream and Discords.
Oh yeah. Nope. That reminds me. Here's one more. Let's dump that there.
Yeah, hello, Shuhart, welcome.
How are you doing, Shuhart?
Welcome to the anime talk.
Welcome to Anime Nerds United.
Yes, ANU. Oh, right. Never had one more. Yeah, whatever. I posted it enough now. I can't be bothered.
I'm currently.
Oh my god, we are such professionals.
We're so professional.
Yes.
We've been live for like almost 7 minutes, and all we've been doing is just posting promotional tweets and stuff.
I mean, about half
sorry,
of that.
everyone.
I mean, about half of that time we were on the starting soon screen. So.
Oh, okay, so 4 minutes.
Yeah. I mean.
So should I start us off, or do you want to start us off, Jed, or you, Rin?
No, you can do it. You can do it.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, well, I have a lot of thoughts about this movie. It's going to be, yeah. First,
don't you want to say which movie?
Yeah, we should probably explain. We should probably explain what we're even doing here. Yeah. So we're going to be talking about anime, but we're not just going to be talking about any anime. We are going to be talking about A Silent Voice.
Yeah.
It is my personal favorite movie of all time, regardless of whether it's animated or live action or whatever. It holds an incredibly special place in my heart, and I know it's very special to both of my friends here. And as I was watching it, also I'm really sorry about the delay for the stream. It's entirely my fault. I didn't have time to rewatch the movie before we went live, and Rin and Jad were kind enough to wait for me to actually finish it.
I mean,
hello, Sushi, welcome.
There were some
Worry about it.
There were some things on my end that would have delayed the stream regardless. So, yeah.
Oh, I was just chilling. I'm the only one who didn't
Rin
have
is the only
anything
professional
going.
here.
Yes,
Rin is the only professional here. So yeah, I wrote down a lot of notes. I'm not sure why I wrote down notes, but I figured, I want to remember all the things I want to talk about. And boy, do I have a lot of things I want to talk about. So if you guys want, we can start with what I started with my notes. So,
hell yeah, joy to me.
So the intro of the movie, to me, is like while I was watching it, just okay. So we should probably
Like your thoughts.
yeah, that's one thing. But also, first of all, spoiler warning because we are going to be going heavily into spoilers.
Yep.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And I will try to explain the scenes that I'm talking about as well as I can for those who haven't seen them. Even though if you haven't seen the movie,
What are
please
you
go
doing?
away and watch the movie. Like I'm sorry, Jad, that I'm going to really reduce your average viewer count. But you guys really need to see this movie and not have it spoiled by us. It is
Yeah, it's
incredibly
important.
special.
It's important to have a first-time experience with that movie.
Yeah. So one of my first notes. Well, actually, I do have like 15 lines of notes before that, but this is probably one of the ones I want to start with. The intro of the movie shows the main character Shoya and the other main character Shoko in their sixth grade class. When they're just kids, and kids can be kids can be nice, but they can also
Assholes.
be really but they can also be really mean to each other without really meaning to be like that. And what I noticed about this part of the movie is basically that the entire intro, the entire segment of the movie where they're in sixth grade, that is a perfect short film. That is an absolutely perfect short film because it has its own drama and it has its own story and it has its own ending even. Because
It has a 3x structure.
yeah. And it's so short too. It's like I think it's like less than 10 minutes. I think it's maybe like 6 or 7 minutes, something like that. I should have written down the timestamps, but it's very short. It's very short.
And I can check for you. I still have a movie on my side.
But my point is that it starts off with Shoya having like this carefree life of a regular kid. He has his friends. He's all smiles. There's upbeat music. It's all just fun and games. And then Shoko comes in and through absolutely no fault of her own, completely derails Shoya's life and Shoya's friendships and everything like that. And the ending of that short film is Shoya getting on the journey of becoming a better person. Like after all the bullying, after being completely horrible to Shoko, it's just really amazing that they managed to make an ending to a short film that is basically a prologue to the main film. If I'm making any sense.
Yeah, I just checked, and the whole part where they are in grade school, it's 20 minutes long. It's 21 minutes long.
What? Seriously?
Yeah, it's seriously. I
Wow.
checked the timeline on, and it's like on 22 minutes where we got flashed back to Shoya, the main character, being
God.
in his high school days.
Wow. Oh, hello,
It feels so
Saraya.
much shorter. Hello, Saraya. Yep.
It made
Yep.
you cry your eyes out? Yeah, we all. Welcome to the train. Welcome to the family.
This is-
Anyone who
This is
doesn't
my
anyone who doesn't cry from after having watched A Silent Voice, well, something is wrong with them.
well.
We need to talk.
If they don't
You are.
cry.
Well, I'd say that if you don't cry while watching A Silent Voice, either something is wrong with you or everything is right with you.
Thank God.
Because if you don't have any baggage, you won't cry because you just won't be able to relate to anything that's happening.
Oh, yeah, I see that. I see that.
But if you have baggage, oh my god.
Oh my God.
And I just straight up cried because it's such a fucking beautiful movie.
It's amazing.
Oh yeah, for sure.
This is why it's our favorite, or united favorite movie.
Yeah. This was actually my third time watching it, and well, I didn't cry as much as I did the previous times, but I would be lying if I said that the movie didn't make me cry again. I mean, it wasn't like the first time I watched it, it was straight up like bawling, like ugly cry, like it was horrible.
My
but
God.
this time it wasn't quite that. But yeah, there's a certain scene that we will get to that. We will get to that scene.
We will get to that point.
Yeah.
So we're basically now stuck in we are in grade school. We're in elementary school. For the people who are not familiar what grade school is, I don't know which region says grade school and which says elementary school.
Yeah.
But we are now in this flashback, which is basically this prologue for the movie, for how everything happened.
Yep.
And do you want to continue on, or should we all talk about this part of the movie?
Well, I've got notes to read, but I don't want
My
to take up the entire. I don't want to hijack the entire stream, so I'm gonna let you guys talk for a bit.
But like basically, it takes that part takes place like during 6th grade, was it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
6th grade, yeah.
So like they're like what?
Or like 10, 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that, yeah.
Hmm.
Well, so okay, let's. I would be remiss if I didn't point this out. It would be a shame not to point this out. But at one point during the beginning of the movie, I think right around the time that Shoko comes in, I think during the early stages when Ueno is still trying to help her, they show Shoya performing a Boston Crab on one of his friends, a wrestling move.
My God.
So I, you know,
Of course you would notice that.
I couldn't not point that out.
It's important that you've done it. Thank you for your service.
But one thing that this viewing of the movie really showed me that I hadn't really seen previously. I'd seen small glimpses of it previously, but this viewing really solidified it in my head. Ueno, the first time I saw her, like the first time I watched the movie, I hated her guts. Like, seriously hated her
Understandable.
guts. She was so horrible. But on the second viewing, I started kind of noticing a few positive qualities of hers. But on this viewing, I'm now I won't call her a good person. She's not really
Yeah.
by the end.
She
But-
needs some character redemption.
But there is more than enough there to have that redemption. There is so much, like there are so many subtle things. There are so many small details about her that show that this isn't necessarily her. You know, the person she displays isn't necessarily the real her. Like
It's kind of like a persona, you mean?
yeah. It's kind of a learned a learned persona, because at the very beginning when Shoko appears in the school, when she transfers over, Ueno is the first person to reach out to her. She is the first person to reach out, and she doesn't just reach out like trying to talk to her, but she reaches out in a very fundamental and like very very kind way, I'd say. She immediately offers to take down to write down notes for her.
Yeah,
And-
that's also what I noticed.
Yeah, and to the point where there's also a scene a little bit after that, still part of the intro, where Ueno is talking to Kawaii, and she complains to her that she was so distracted during class again.
Yeah.
And now, of course, this is just me constructing stuff in my head. It's not something that the movie spells out. But I think the movie is clever enough and subtle enough for this to basically be spelling out that Ueno's performance in class is suffering because she's helping Shoko,
Yeah.
which kind of starts the ball rolling about Ueno disliking Shoko and starting to tease her later and bullying her and stuff like that. She has a growing resentment in her about Shoko, but yet her original reaction to her, like her inner persona, I guess.
Her inner
is-
child, you could say.
yeah, is fundamentally, I think, kind.
Yeah, can I say something to that too?
Of course.
Okay, I didn't want to accidentally talk in while you were speaking and getting your red thread of a thought away. So that's also what I noticed. I was like, when it's so easily to just push that away, that first initial scene where Ueno sees that Shoko is she's confused, and because the teachers, and I put the whole blame on the school. The teachers are not prepared for a student who has problems with hearing, who's deaf, and they don't have any accommodated. I cannot speak. They don't have anything to make it easier for her, or to make it easier for her.
Is that the word?
Thank you. Yeah, I tried to speak it out. Thank you.
And hello, Ershi.
Accommodations. Alexney, hi. How are you doing, my rooster? Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah, Jad, want to jump in or I'm sorry, Rin, do you have more to?
I still have
more
more to say.
I'm sorry.
It's all okay. We all just went, oh, Alexney's here, hi!
Yeah, exactly.
And
Caro too. Hello, Caro.
and you
Caro.
said, hi, Caro. And you said that this first behavior from Ueno is inherently kind, and I think that also shows how probably the class was before, because they just started bullying Shoko, and the whole. We didn't see anything before that, but the whole tension in the class came after bullying Shoko, and I also noticed that while as you said, her inner child is kind. Remember when the one teacher, or this one person, I don't know if she's a teacher, came and was like, hey, how about we do 3 minutes before homeroom and learn sign language so Shoko has it a little bit easier to communicate with you.
Yeah, I think that was the homeroom teacher, though.
No, the homeroom
it
teacher
wasn't
was
the
a
homeroom.
man.
Oh.
The homeroom teacher was a guy.
Yeah, well, she worked at school, though, right?
I
Yeah,
don't
she was a
remember
teacher,
anymore.
It's a...
I just know she said, "Oh, I'm
teacher.
from this and that. I'm ma'am this, and I'm from this and that." And she explained what sign language was, and I was like, I remembered that the scene before was Nishimiya and Shoya talking, and the scene before that, I think the music in that scene where Nishimiya tried to talk with the girls and she was always ignored or isolated, or she had to keep up with them. I think that's the music in that scene. It's, if someone asked me what will loneliness sound like, I would point to that scene's original soundtrack. I would go and say, this is what loneliness probably sounds like in music form. And because it was so quiet and it had hopeful notes in certain sequences, but its end result was very sad. But yeah, and in that moment where Shoko was alone. I'm sorry, the German slipped out. Where Shoko was alone, she was alone, and Shoya he used rocks and he threw them at her. When I say rocks, I don't mean like big old chunks. I mean like little pebbles.
Pebbles.
Yeah, bravo, yeah.
He threw them at her, and he was like, "You have to be smarter about this. Sooner or later, everyone is going to hate you." And I think she slightly caught on what he meant, and it's pretty rude of him to just throw pebbles at her, if we are going to be honest.
Yeah.
But even that was, I mean, he was trying to, in a weird roundabout way, he was still trying to help her in a sense, because he basically said what was going to happen if nothing is going to be changed, and exactly that happened. That no one wanted to be near Shoko and badmouth her and stuff. And she did the hand movement. She did the sign language and asked him, even with her normal speaking voice, want to be friends.
Yeah.
And he didn't understand that, and because he didn't understand that, and we have to all remember, this is a 10-year-old child. We we have to judge them in a sense, but we still have to remember they're not whole people yet. They're still in the growing phase. So so yeah, and what he did, he was basically throwing sand at her while yelling, "I do not understand." And right after that scene, we see that scene with a teacher who said, "Let's learn sign language together 3 minutes every day before homeroom." And we see that moment where he looks at his own hands when the teacher explained what sign language is, that it's communicating through using your hands and sometimes even expression. And he was looking at that, and he remembered that moment where she used her hands to make the sign language for friends. And I think that was also a very clever put moment. It was really. It also showed that Shoya was not an evil kid. He had his faults. He was overly energized. He was rambunctious, but he still had this moment of slight regret where he understood what was happening, and you could see on his face that he kind of regretted that.
Yeah, like kids aren't inherently evil.
Yeah.
So
There's another. I'm sorry. Go on.
so he sure he bullied Shoko and all, but like he never of course meant any like real harm or anything, you know, like he's
Like
not
he bullied her,
evil
but it,
per
Yeah,
se.
it wasn't meant as of like, oh, I hate this person because they're deaf. It was more because he didn't understand, and that's something to be different.
Yeah, and that
I
thing
will-
also
I can slightly disagree with that. It is part of it that he doesn't understand her, but the main reason that he bullies her, I think, is because he sees his friends' reactions. Because he bullies her and then they laugh. And
Oh yeah,
that,
yeah.
And that to him signals that, okay, I'm doing something right. People like me. So I'm gonna keep
He
doing
was.
this one thing.
He's kind of like a class clown now. Now that I'm thinking about it,
yeah, it's,
he's
Yeah,
kind of like a
yeah.
class clown.
Yeah.
get this kind
He's
of like,
basically.
we get this kind of like
And
feedback effect where he does something and well, as you said, he sees his classmates' reactions and then he repeats that behavior to get the reactions again.
Yep. And
Absolutely.
it also shows that his classmates, his friends, supposedly, don't really value him much more than being the class clown, because later on they immediately turn on him.
Scapegoat. They turn him
Yeah.
into a scapegoat. Even the teacher does that.
Yeah.
Like that's
Well,
why I'm
and
saying. That's why I'm saying that I blame the teachers or more the school basically. I basically blame the school on the whole situation because they're so unprepared for a child with an hearing impediment.
Yeah, but the homeroom
Impairment.
teacher takes it to a whole other level.
Yeah,
He is
absolutely.
uniquely terrible. Like he
Yeah.
is absolutely
Absolutely.
awful.
In the manga, he's apparently even worse because there was we're talking about anime only because all of us have only seen anime only as far as I know. But
Yeah.
apparently, I saw that in a video talking about the characters. But apparently, in that video, there was a chapter where Shoya made a joke about Shoko, and the teacher was close by, the homeroom teacher, the one with the glasses, and he chuckled at that and just walked by. And usually, if you would hear something like that, if you would hear a mean-spirited joke, you as an adult would be like, "Hey, why did you say that? That's not nice." Especially if you have this position of someone who's a mentor to them, you're supposed to shape these beings into proper adults. And I think he failed on that so fundamentally.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that having not read the manga, I definitely should. I definitely should read the manga, but the movie just holds such a special place for me that I'm kind of scared that reading the manga will be I won't be able to appreciate it as much. And this is actually one thing that I think the movie did better. I mean, like I said, I haven't read the manga, so maybe it's better. Maybe it's handled a lot better than what I'm imagining right now in my head. But it feels like the teacher just being inattentive is it's kind of more powerful to me than him being malicious.
Mm.
And it's more real as well, because there are so many teachers that they're not bad people, but they just don't care.
Yeah.
They just ignore things that happen. They just don't want to bother with stuff like that. And he is extremely real in that sense.
He's kind of like those people who are talking about their job and go, yeah, I don't like it exactly, but it's a paycheck, so whatever.
Yeah.
He's exactly that, but in the wrong job.
Oh,
Usually people
Yeah.
who are like that, they talk about like customer service or something, but he's a teacher, so
yeah. Like if you see if you see a job in that way, and if you're a teacher, that's not a good way to look at your job.
change
Absolutely.
professions.
Absolutely. I even have I have an all caps curse at the teacher in my notes. It's it's oh my god, F the teacher in all caps, and then for making Shoko read in class, because that was also
That was stupid.
yeah, and it's again just from he doesn't care. Like it's a class assignment. He has to do the class assignments. He's part of his class, therefore she has to read, which
Oh.
makes no sense. But
Thank you, Cryo. Thank you. Oh, right.
well, thank you,
Thank you,
Cryo.
Cryo! Give him more monies. this Lord of the Void deserves monies.
All right.
Yeah, me not being the host allows me to say, please give more money.
All
Yeah,
right,
absolutely.
You said she,
It also allows me to say bad stuff.
oh yeah, she said she didn't have sound on, so
Oh no.
that's right, doesn't it? Yeah, no, let's see. Yeah, Schuhart said, especially if you consider some teachers have classes with 10s up to over 100 kids a day. Yeah, I mean, like especially in
Oh, yeah.
schools
Yeah.
like
Oh god.
in schools like with in elementary school, like especially in large schools, it's I suppose it's very possible that like a teacher have several different classes in one day. Like I mean, depends on the year, I guess. I mean, in like lower years, it's probably the same teacher in a lot of subjects, but in higher years, like I guess 4th to 6th, might be you might have a few different teachers.
I'm not sure that.
But I don't know how it works there in Japan.
I think that doesn't count in this case. Don't quote me on this. I could be completely wrong, but
Yeah,
he is their homeroom teacher. Like he is their
Yeah.
main teacher.
Yeah.
So I don't think he has any other classes where he is the homeroom teacher. Like he could be teaching certain subjects to other classes, but this is the class that he is
The
responsible.
class
for.
he's responsible for these kids. If
But,
someone messes up, then this is the man to go to. This is the man to go to during school time.
Yeah, but I do definitely agree with Shuhar that it's obvious that the whole system has completely failed Shoko, and in another sense it has also failed Shoya and all the others, because the teacher shouldn't be the only person who should be on the lookout for stuff like that.
No.
And just on the face of it, there shouldn't be a deaf girl in a regular class. That just
doesn't add up.
Yeah.
you should not do that, and it's very obvious why you shouldn't do that, but apparently that's a thing.
Yeah, like it's misplaced, I guess.
Yeah,
I
especially
don't know
because
how to put it,
especially because the teacher that comes in later to suggest to the class to do
Sign language?
sign language, yeah, she introduces herself as the teacher of the hard of hearing class.
Oh, okay, that's what she was.
So there
okay.
is a class like that, but maybe it's like a certain class that those students take in addition to regular classes. I'm not sure how it works.
I also don't know. I thought she was someone from another school or something when I heard that. Because why is Shoko in this normal class if there's a class for people with who are hard of hearing?
yeah.
I'm pretty
I was
sure
like,
that's how she introduced herself. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how she introduced herself.
yeah, I think she introduced herself as something like that for hard of hearing something. I don't. Wait, I can check that. I have the movie.
Of course.
I have the movie.
Uh,
But another thing that I've seen with a teacher, the homeroom one, I mean,
yep.
and I think he absolutely failed at is when he when Shoko was when her mom told the school that she believes that Shoko is being bullied, and the what is it called again? Principal.
Yep.
The principal is there, and he's like, "Oh, we have found we have suspicions that Shoko Nishimiya is being bullied. If any of you know that, or if any of the perpetrators want to come out, we would like to know that because apparently a lot of hearing aids have been lost during her time in school, and it would be very important to know what happened and stuff because those things are expensive,
Yep.
and and what happened is that that this principal, he gave an out for the perpetrators. He was like, if you have anything to deal with that, then please come out, please come clean. And we saw that not Nishimiya, that that Shoya was thinking about his mom when it was dropped that the hearing aids are expensive. He was like, "Oh no, I've done a stupid,
Yep.
and I've done it wrong. I've done it bad. I'm not a good boy." And he was about to raise his hand, and what happened is that the teacher, the homeroom teacher, he went off the rails. He was like, "We know it was you, Shoya. Confess!" And he even pounded on the stupid
The
thing
whiteboard.
where people, yeah, the whiteboard. Thank you. He was like, "You have to confess now," and it was so over the top. And I think he only did that to look good in front of the principal because otherwise, I do not know why he did that. Why would you do something like this? And he also saw that Shoya was absolutely off his socks, terrified. And you do not, in most situations, you should not yell at kids. You should try to, this is like the last resort. You should talk it out with them and try to make them understand. And it was clear for us, the viewers, of course, that Shoya, he understood what he did was wrong. And he wanted to come clean. But his ability to come clean was taken away from him by this teacher. And it was like just mentioned by the principal, "Oh, if we just want to find out what happened, if you are the perpetrator, then come clean, please." Right? He didn't even give like 5 minutes. Usually they give time, and I always found that weird, and that's why I think the teacher was absolutely horrible.
Oh yeah.
That
Yeah.
because
For sure.
I watched that again, and I was like, "Oh, you're an awful person. You do not do that to a child."
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
the teacher really in the real world, such behavior would well, the teacher would definitely be told off by
Oh,
higher
that
ups.
that that depends. I mean, don't forget that Sweden's educational system is one of the best in the world.
Yeah.
That might be the case where you're from. Trust me, it's
Nah.
not even
It's
remotely the
not
case
even.
where I'm from.
No,
Like
absolutely not.
Yeah,
I've
I
seen
mean,
much worse teachers than this guy. Like let me put it that way. I've seen much worse.
It
like
didn't seem much worse, but I saw the same kind of not caring about stuff as him in other teachers. Like he was very numb to all of that. He didn't care. That's very real, and as Ray Alex
Yeah,
said, that's very realistic.
yeah, and as Schuchart said, I mean, to be honest, this sounded like something real that would happen in a school in my country. Yep, yep, exactly, same. Uh, oh, also he said earlier, what the what the F, there's a class for kids especially like that, and she's not there. Yeah, I'm still
exactly.
not sure how exactly that works. I'm assuming that maybe it's part of. It's probably hard to translate. They probably explained it in Japanese, but it was hard to fit in. Maybe I don't know. But I imagine that it's either the class for the hard of hearing is full, which is again an administrative error on the part of the school, or it's just a class that they take in addition to regular classes. I'm not sure.
Okay, I've gone back to the scene, and we finally have the confusion away because the teacher introduces herself, and she says, "I'm Kita from the class for the deaf."
Yeah.
So there is a class for people who are hard of hearing.
Yeah, but is it like a class as in a
I
group
don't
of
know.
students,
They
or
don't say more. She just introduces
yeah,
herself as class for the deaf.
yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure if it means that her class maybe is full and doesn't have room for Shoko, or maybe it's a class that deaf students take in addition to regular classes.
Except or it might be influence from Shoko's mother.
We've been talking about the school for 30 minutes. The school is only 20 minutes there. We've been going over that.
Yep.
10 more minutes.
Because remember, I don't remember exactly if it was really we really saw that in the movie really clear, but I do as you remember I might have told you, I borrowed the movie from a friend,
Yeah.
and he had a collector's edition, which included a booklet with some character information.
Ooh.
And other things. And under
Nice.
Yaeko, or Shoko's mother, it says, in order to push Shoko into an environment without hearing impairment, she refuses to use sign language. I mean, push into a...
Yeah. That could be some. That could be. That could be why she's there.
So it's very plausible that
It
that
could
might
be
be
the
why.
mom's fault.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. I mean, to be fair, as much as I like her mom as a character, she is very flawed. She is
She's
a very
very hard.
flawed person. Yeah, and I mean, rightly so. She is very rightly so harsh to Shoya, but she is not. I mean, she's doing her best. I'm not like blaming her for anything, but she could handle a lot of the situations that arise a lot better than she does.
Yeah. For example, when this is much later in the movie. For example, when Shoya, fuck, when Shoko brings the sister, I forgot her name. I'm sorry.
Yuzuru.
Yuzuru, thank you. Yuzuru, when he brings Yuzuru back home, and finds out it's actually the little sister, the mom comes and slaps him. I mean, she doesn't know he has character progression and depression, but yeah, it's rightfully done in a sense. Like, it's understandable in that point, but then she drags Yuzuru off, and even Yuzuru is like, that hurts. Like,
Yeah,
Jesus, you can walk normally. This for.
Well, yeah, but like, put yourself in her position. Like, you know Shoya, and you know how much pain he's caused your daughter, and now he's coming home with your other daughter, who is completely wet, who is dirty, with shoes she doesn't own, and she's been missing for like an entire day. Like, she's probably out of her mind at this point. And
yeah, I don't want to
understandably
say.
so.
I want to say that her slapping him was wrong. I could totally understand that. I don't give her any qualms for that. I just think that even when she even in her behavior towards her daughter, she's kind of harsh too.
Oh yeah, because Yuzuru had run away the day before. She's been gone an entire day.
I mean, it's certain, like, in a sense, it's understandable why. It's understandable, like, I mean, she only wants the best for her kids, but it's maybe not executed in the best ways.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm not saying that her reaction is the proper reaction, is the best reaction, but I'm just saying that it is very, very understandable, I think.
It's not like it's not entirely unjustified, I guess.
It's not entirely unjustified. Exactly. And from that same video, or at least video series, I don't know if it's one big video or just one video series, the the mom's character was also explained, or I think it was Yuzuru's character, because it was said that Yuzuru looks so boyish because her mom wanted it to be that way to make her stronger and more equipped for the world, and she wanted the same for Shoko. But Shoko is more like girly girl, and she even chose when she got her haircut, she even chose a still very girly short haircut. If we think about it.
Yeah.
So
If you guys want, not to try to like hijack the the conversation, but if you want to keep it chronological, if we start
Sorry.
jumping, if we start jumping all over the place, this conversation is never going to end.
okay, let's continue on. We were at school.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have a few more notes here that that might be worth voicing. One of the things, actually, again, another note with regard to the school being unreasonable and like not being well equipped to handle the situation is actually that the sign language thing. Because on top of the students' responsibilities and their homework and everything like that, suddenly this girl comes in who is a lot of trouble for them. They can't communicate with her properly. They have to, like, especially Ueno helping her out, which is making her school stuff suffer. And then all of a sudden, someone comes in and says, "Hey, let's spend even more time on this one girl." And it's one of those things where, of course, it's done with the best of intentions, and like obviously the teacher and the school wants to help Shoko out by like helping her communicate with the others by teaching them sign language. But at the same time, doing it in that way just makes her a bigger target and just makes people resent her even more.
Yeah, like it's not Shoko who's the problem. It's everyone. It's so say everyone else. If you understand what I mean.
Go against the world.
Like if you
I
understand.
think it's more of a system failing.
The thing is, I think one of the really special things about this movie is that it's really never one person's fault, and I would say it is also Shoko's fault. Like as much as I don't. As much as I don't want to blame her for everything that she's had happen to her, she could have handled a lot of the situations better, and she, as Shoya told her, she should be a bit more smart about how she handles things.
But as we spoke, those are 10-year-old kids.
Of course. No. Of course. I'm not saying like she should be.
I just want to remind
analyzing
everyone.
the situation. Yeah. Of course.
That's important. We're not talking about them like we're wholly done adults. We're talking about them in what is, as they are still children at this point. And even later on, we're still not fully grown adults. We're like 17.
Yeah, 17, 18, somewhere around there. Another note I have is Sakura best girl, because I've always liked her since the first time I saw the movie, but this time I don't know, something resonated a bit more. She's just really nice, and a lot of what she does, a lot of the way she acts is just so relatable to me. Like especially I would just note this quickly because it's jumping ahead, but not to stay on this topic, just something that I noticed later on, which I'm pretty sure also happens earlier, but I just didn't notice it back then. But you know how Shoya always looks down and can't look at people's faces? Sakura does the exact same thing. And it's never like pointed out, it's never like focused on, but it's a subtle thing. But once I noticed it, it just clicked in my head, and it's like, of course she does. Like that makes so much sense.
The thing is, we don't really notice that as often with Shoya because, at least with Saihara in comparison to Shoya, I mean, because with Saihara we mostly see her in this either together with Shoko, with who she's very comfortable with, or in a group setting where she's close to Shoko. And we also saw that with Shoya when he's comfortable with people or has made new friends, that he can look them more in the eyes and in general just keep his head a little bit more up. So that could be why it wasn't so noticed. But later on, even I noticed that when I will not spoil that, but even I noticed that when later on Nishimiya and Sahara had this conversation and the camera moved with how she looked, I was like, oh, you have also depression. I see.
Yep. Actually, we didn't talk about the actual beginning of the movie.
Oh
Because
yeah,
the
with
actual
the actual beginning.
Yeah, the actual beginning of the movie is Shoya working really, really, really hard for several summers in a row. I think it's meant to. They show many like several summers in a row, and he manages to scrounge up like what was it, 1.7 million yen?
Yeah,
That's like
1.7 million.
yeah, that's like $17,000. That is a hell of a lot of money
That's
for
a
a
shit
kid.
ton.
Yeah, and he really works his ass off for that money.
Yeah.
And the point of that is that he wants to give that money to his mom for all the trouble he's caused her and for all of the hearing aids that she had to pay the Nishimiyas for Shoya destroying them and losing them and throwing them out the window and whatever. And he just wants to pay his mom back for everything she's done and then kill himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had very clear. There was a clear pattern with his suicidal tendencies and his depression because there are many call out signs, and I think these call out signs were beautifully portrayed here.
Yeah.
Because, for example, he marked his calendar from April 16th or something away and ripped it out. He knew he was not going to live, or at least in his plan, he was not going to live after this day. So why would he need more calendar space? And another thing was he was working hard. He got this. He even had all his furniture, all his manga, all his games. All of that had he sold away. He was basically sleeping in an empty room. And he sold that all away just to get these 1.7 million yen to pay back to his mom. So his earthly ties, you could say, his earthly regrets and ties, which is this huge sum of money that he worked hard for to pay back, he doesn't have them anymore. And he has this thought stuck in his head that he's not going to live after this set date. And he even went to the place. We saw him go to the bridge, and he even envisioned himself, like he imagined how he would stand on top of the railing and then just let himself fall. But he was cut off from that because he saw people down, because, a bridge has something down. He saw how the people were, how there were people, and he saw that there were people and they were doing something, and this is not what he wanted. He wanted more like, seemingly something more alone, something more silent. And they were having fireworks, and interestingly enough, this is kind of a tie-in. This is tying together with something much later.
Yeah.
When you
Yeah.
know, you know. When you know, you know. It ties together. It ties together. But
I'm sorry, I just yeah. Oh, please go on.
it ties together, and as I said, this pattern, like, it's also given to people who know a person who was depressed or is depressed, to look out for, like, have they given away a lot of money or gifted you a lot? Have they acted incredibly cheerful, or have they behaved somehow differently? Just irregularities in their behavior, or even if they seem fine, it could only be that thought of dying that makes them look so fine. That they're like, oh, this is all going to be over soon.
Yep. Yeah.
This is very
I
heavy.
agree.
Sorry.
No. That's part of what makes the movie so great.
But as I said, this pattern of was shown very brilliantly here. They did a good job at showing the pattern and how it's all tied together. Because even the mom later on is like, so I knew he he didn't leave her with a suicide note, I presume, but he just left her with the money, and she had to piece the puzzle together. But
Yeah,
that's for later on.
which wasn't super difficult.
It's not
to be
super
honest.
difficult. It's not super difficult.
I'm sorry I laughed earlier, Rin, but Shuhart had a very good comment here. He says, I was waiting for a good time to pop a, oh, it's imperfect people doomed to a certain fate no matter what. Sounds like a Greek tragedy or an Adam Sandler comedy. But then you just had to ruin it by mentioning the movie includes suicidal tendencies.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
no.
I'm sorry, sure.
It's absolutely not a Greek tragedy because there is a lot of it's not like this is not a static movie. It doesn't just show well things are bad, people are imperfect, and the end. It's very it progresses a lot and it's very hopeful.
There's also no irony there. There's no
yeah. It's very sincere. It's incredibly sincere.
Yeah.
For example, this is something this is something dark again. But one of my favorite game devs is Yoko Taro, and one of the things he said that I found interesting is that when he was younger, he noticed how you probably know. He noticed something, and he remembered that he was with his friends, and one of the friends they were on the roof and they were dancing, and one of them fell off the roof while he was dancing, and that moment, it was a shocking and traumatizing moment, no question there. But he admits that it somehow was also weirdly comedic. That there is comedy in the tragedy.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. I definitely wouldn't say that A Silent Voice has many of those moments, if any.
Yeah. So, and I can honestly relate. To that.
Like A Silent Voice isn't exactly a movie you sit laughing through the whole time.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, there are moments where you might chuckle a little, like, oh, this was... But you never, like, burst out into laughter.
I meant it more like, I had something like that happen to me, but I will not talk. I had something like that happen to me where there was comedy in the tragedy. So I could understand that a little bit, what Yoko Taro meant. And I just remember that because this is also what Greek tragedies are. They are this comedy in the tragedy.
Yeah, and apparently so are Adam Sandler comedies.
Apparently so.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good to go.
I feel like we're talking a lot, and Jad, you're not. I feel like we're taking the word away from you too much. I'm sorry about that. Do you want to add something?
Well, not really about the first part there of the movie in the grade school, but when we move on to other things.
Okay. If you want to move away.
Can I say something really quick?
Of course.
Okay, everyone, go to your not Discord. Go to your Twitter. Go to my profile. Hi. And then look at my tweets.
Okay. Give me a second.
Yes, let's see.
Oh my God! Did you?
Oh
my God, Rin! That is so good.
I did Godspeed.
So good.
Finished it in one day. I had to finish it in one day.
I appreciate this meme so much.
I had to finish it in one day. I was Godspeed.
Oh my God.
I had the sketch finished, and I was like, I only had the base bodies. I only had the base bodies, no clothes, no hair, no nothing. And I was like, we still talked about when to do the stream, and when you were like, oh yeah, first Stacy is good, let's do it. Yeah. I was like, shit, I have to be fast. And I have to, can I be honest with you? Can I be honest with you, Ray?
Of course.
I was so angry at you so many times because of the details in your outfit. I was so pissed. I wanted to fist fight with you so much. I was like, stars are here, stars are there, glitter is here, glitter is there. I was so overwhelmed. But
You
I
did an incredible job, Rin.
thank you. I treated myself to your muscles because I was like, yeah, realistically speaking, it would go over the chest, but I was like, no, I need this. I need this. I did this so well. I will keep the chest open.
Can we shout out Rin's Twitter, Jed, or maybe even show the picture?
Yeah, of course.
On
I'm
stream.
actually already on. I'm already on to that.
Oh, nice. Oh,
wait.
this is so good, Rin. Oh my god.
I found it so funny when Shadow showed us the layout because it's directly like the picture.
Yeah.
Well,
Stick
let's
around,
see.
folks. We will do a live reenactment at the end.
Give me just a second, and I will bring it up on
So
the
funny.
screen.
I just found it so
Where-
funny.
where
No,
the-
it's amazing,
where
man.
the
I love it.
frick did it go?
Like, just look at the layout. This was not intentional. I did not show this to you guys. I was going to leave this as a surprise. I was going to give a little hee hee ha ha in this depressing moment.
Let me link the tweet in chat real
Okay.
quick.
We're not alone, Rin. I had to simplify
There we
Helix a few times when trying to draw. Thank you.
I'm sorry,
Thank
I'm
you,
a
Aki.
wrestler, okay? I'm supposed to be flashy.
You are flashy. You are flashy, and that's what we love about you. Don't worry. Never change. I also like how our designs go from detailed to more detailed to extremely detailed.
All right, I got the first image loaded up in the source. Waiting
Hell
to
yeah.
show. 3, 2, 1. Oh, Helix is above there. Gonna move.
Hey!
There.
Hell yeah.
That's the first one.
That's the first image.
Absolutely great. And as you see, it's the same. We are in the same. Rin is there on the left and Helix there on the right.
We have the perfect.
Oops. And browse and the second one. What does is yeah.
If you guys know the meme, it's
You guys
even
know the
better.
meme. It's even better.
It's so good.
It's we all agreed on the meme, and I was like, I have to make this reality.
Yeah.
We all agreed on it.
I was wondering why you were asking me how my mask works.
I was so confused by your mask. I was like, how does it work with the ears? Because I only get a front part view of you.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
only your front. I cannot see your side, your 3/4 of your, I don't know, your back. So I had to improvise.
If you're not familiar with luchador masks, yeah, I can see how it can be confusing.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me help with that without realizing that you were giving me help with that.
Of course. Okay, should we move forward from the first 20 minutes of the movie?
Yeah.
We can move on from the first 20 minutes of the movie.
Oh, just very very quick. I have two very quick notes still on the first 20 minutes of the movie.
Yay!
The first note is F kawaii, and the second note is and the second note is F kawaii.
Hell yeah!
So yeah, we can move forward now.
I can probably explain very quickly why F kawaii. Can I explain it for myself?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
This is very quick. So, for people who have watched the movie versus one part with the choir, and this is for me personally. And in that moment, in this scene, I have a feeling that Kawaii was baiting Shoko to sing too early and then make herself holier than thou. because she was like, "Oh, I'm going to give you the signal," and she knew Shoko has been looking at her for a signal, and she gave her a fake signal to make herself look good, and that's what I think. That's my personal opinion, because you don't see anyone move around as much as she does, or trying to grasp for air. So that's why I believe it's intentional, and she wanted to do that to Shoko.
Yeah.
It's very possible that it was intentional. I personally don't think it was, mostly because I think the movie, as subtle as it is, it does give you hints. And the only real hint there was the fact that Kawaii started moving her lips. But
It was
it's
wobbling,
also
wibbly wobbly.
yeah, but I mean, she's the only other main character in that lineup right now, and also the thing that makes me think it wasn't intentional is the fact that Kawaii never looked at Shoko prior to doing that. They were just standing side by side, and Kawaii started moving her lips. There was no look they shared or a look that Kawaii had or anything like that. So it could just be extra subtle, I suppose. But I think there would have been at least a small look if it was intentional.
Yeah.
But
Yes,
it does fit.
as I said, it's
but-
my personal take.
Oh yeah, it fits. It fits Kawaii's personality to a T. So it's even if it's not intentional, I wouldn't put it past her.
Yeah. And for me personally, the other F Kawaii is when she started crying when Shoya was scapegoated, and he
Yeah.
then revealed the whole class was actually in on it, that no one actually stepped up, and that the girls, especially Ueno and Kawaii, were bad mouthing her and gossiping about her. And I saw that and I was like, oh, she's performing a I'm a victim move. She's doing the victim card.
Yeah.
Yep.
She was crying, and immediately everyone was on her side. People were like, "Oh, he made her cry? How could he? That's so mean of him. That just solidifies he's a bully."
To put it simply, he was thrown under the bus.
Yeah, he was absolutely thrown under. He was thrown under a double-decker bus.
I mean, yeah, that is very true. But to be fair, Shoya was pretty horrible. He was probably the
was
most
pretty
horrible of all of them.
Yeah.
But he was not the only one. That's what we have to
yeah,
realize.
yeah.
He was not the only one, and the fact that only he got the punishment is what I take wrong with that. If everyone was like punished, everyone who partook and they knew they partook, then I would be absolutely okay with that. Then I would be okay. That happened. But here I was not okay with that.
Yeah. I think we can actually use this to transition into the next part of the movie because not only did he get all of the blame, not only did he get the most in trouble, like both at home and with the school, but this event also spiraled so hard out of control that he lost all of his friends. Well,
Yeah.
not just lost all of his friends. All of his friends turned on him. And where he had friends, he now had people who disliked him.
Yeah.
So as he was the main bully,
misery. Everyone wants to be like me.
as he was the main bully, as he in that one moment when the teacher called him out, in that one moment he became the biggest victim of bullying in the whole school.
Yeah.
And the next, like, what is it, 7 years or something, 7-8 years, he's basically been through hell. He's been bullied to hell and back.
But that was by his old friends. That was by his old friends
Yeah.
too. We have to remember.
Yeah, one of the scenes we see immediately after this is him in the school fountain after his friends had thrown him inside. It's pretty rough. So
It's really
basically-
rough.
So Shoya grows up from being like the class clown and the biggest bully. He grows up as the biggest victim of bullying.
Yeah.
And by the time he's like 17, 18, by the time he's about to finish high school, he is just a complete mess. He's a complete wreck of what he used to be. He can't look people in the face. He
has social
there's a-
anxiety.
Yeah, the visual metaphor that the movie uses to show how little he values himself and how much he can't even entertain the idea that he can look someone in the face is there are these blue X's on everyone's face, and it's so good. They did it in such a way that the X's always cover the eyes too, so we while looking through Shoya's eyes can never see anyone else's eyes.
It's also something that I noticed later on that for people who watched Arcane, you would probably understand what I mean. Um, that with Shoya, the X's are, as you said, they are always crossing out the eyes, but sometimes they're so big that they cross out the entire face. For example, later on with Ueno, they're so big that they cross out her entire face. And in that sense, the experience to just look at the face becomes so much more frightening. It's something uncanny valley. It's not human anymore because as it's known, humans like to see faces and recognize faces much easier based on emotions and patterns. And he doesn't see those patterns anymore, so this experience becomes even more frightening due to the axis and because he doesn't see the eyes and sometimes even the nose and the mouth. So this
Yeah,
experience alone, the axis perfectly portray how scary this experience is for him because of how non-human these actually very human characters are portrayed by crossing out their faces. And it reminded me very much later on in Arcane how Jinx's memories are so scratched out that they become unintelligible and much more frightening than they actually were.
please
So
please don't spoil Arcane
I
if
will
you
not
haven't
spoil.
seen it.
I will not spoil Arcane. We are going to spoil Asylum Boys. I'm not going to spoil Arcane. But everyone who watched Arcane, you will probably agree with me.
Yeah, but like in essence, we could say that because of what happened there in grade school, he would then go on to basically just keep to himself, from at least from what we see,
Yeah.
for like
Yep.
for the all the time, even all, and also all the time like in between the grade school and high school or whatever.
And I
Yep.
find it so interesting how it's his old friends who also go around saying, "Oh, this if you hear the name Ishta, then this guy is a bully. That you have to go far away from him. He's going to bully you too." But the reality is that he became the bullied.
Yeah.
And they were
Yep.
only perpetrating this wrong view of the situation further and further and further. And this is so villainous in a sense. But as we have to remember, these are still kids. No matter how wrong they are, how wrong their actions are, we can call them wrong, but we still have to remember they're kids.
Yeah, that's another thing that's so great about the movie is, yeah, these things can be described as villainous, I suppose, but on the other hand, they are so real. Like that is such a real reaction. And if you're in their place, I don't think I could say with any confidence that I would act in a different way. Like because you're a kid, you're scared of like the consequences of being associated
What?
with the bullying, and you're going to want to distance yourself away from it, especially when your teacher is being a scary asshole about it.
Yeah.
And and at some point you start to believe it. Like they probably didn't believe it completely when they said it at first, but after a few weeks, after a few months, after a few years, it just becomes part of your life. It's like
Yeah.
you forget that's not really true.
It's like how sorry, it's like the saying, say someone something more enough times and he will internalize it. I don't know the
Absolutely.
perfect sentence, but say something to someone enough times and he will internalize it. Like say they're beautiful and they will internalize it. Say they're ugly and they will internalize it. It's all about
Yeah.
perspective.
Yeah, it's I think it's even more powerful when you're the one saying it. Like when you have to say that, oh, he was the bully, I was being the good guy, and me bullying him now is just punishment for him being a bad guy.
Uh-huh.
If you say that to yourself enough times, you will honestly, genuinely believe it.
Yeah.
A lie that goes so far to eventually become the truth in a way.
Yeah,
They,
yeah, and
yeah, yeah, yeah. as they say, there's a smidge of truth in the lie.
Yeah, and it's not something that anyone is doing necessarily on purpose. Like I don't think that they are purposefully distorting the truth. I don't think they are intentionally trying to minimize their involvement. I think it's just a reaction. It's fear. They don't want the consequences.
It's fight or flight.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, fight, flight, freeze. That's how it goes.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, and actually with Shoya, it's pretty much freeze. Yeah, he just stays in one place.
Yeah.
He also stays in that. He's basically frozen in that mentality all the way to his high school years. And as we can see, only Kawhi is the only one left from his grade school, and nobody else actually knows him. And we can also see in a scene where I think a helium balloon, like one of those big ones, the Zeppelin,
Yeah.
those,
Yeah, blimp. Yeah.
those big ones is flying over. And before that, he had this internalized conversation where he looked at the classmates in his classroom, and he talked over them, but it was his thoughts, the mean voice inside of him saying all this stuff like, oh, why is he still alive? Or, oh, he's known for being alone. Oh, he's looking here again. Like, this is not his thoughts. Those are the thoughts his internalized hatred and depression have given him.
Yeah.
And that's something we have to distinguish. Like, it's not his thoughts, even though it's said in his voice, but it's more his depression talking to him, his social anxiety talking to him. And he was so frozen in that he just further shut himself down, and he put his head on the table, and as if he was sleeping. And then the students noticed this balloon, and they all went to the window, and even one of them was like talking to him. They were looking at him and speaking something. I think that shows that his classmates, they don't dislike him. It's not the same situation as in middle school, where people have gotten wind of him being a bully, and now they're bullying him because of that as like karma or something. No, it's just people who are in the same classroom and they don't know him. And because of that, they show civility towards him. They show, hey, look, there's a balloon out there. Do you want to see that or something? We don't know what they're saying, but we just know this interaction alone shows they don't hate him.
Yeah, actually, later on in the movie, just a very quick aside. Well, not aside actually. It's confirming what you're saying. But later on, after he gets out of the hospital, his classmates are visibly happy to see him. Like they're very, very relieved that he's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's still alive.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But as we go on, do you guys have any more to say from these next 2 minutes? I think.
I mean, yeah, like they're if we go to his new class there in like high school, as you said, like they don't dislike him, but but however he like keeps them out, or however to put it, like he doesn't like, I don't really know how to put it, but like keeps himself like shut off from them, I suppose.
Oh, it's the hedgehog dilemma. Everyone who watched Evangelion, they know hedgehog dilemma.
I watched it as a kid. I don't remember it.
Okay, do you want me to explain it?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, the hedgehog dilemma. I don't know. I will say how it was explained in Evangelion, but the hedgehog dilemma is basically you have to visualize this group of hedgehogs, and it's cold as hell. It's super cold, and what do you do when you need warmth with no fire? You huddle together and seek warmth from each other. But the problem is, these are hedgehogs. They have spikes, so they can't hug each other and give warmth. So what happens is, when they do come close, they're pricking each other, they're hurting each other. And that makes them, from reflex alone, withdraw from the other hedgehog. And sometimes the hedgehogs don't want to spend more time trying to warm up to each other. so they would rather die from the cold, I guess. And
Yeah.
so this is kind of like the hedgehog dilemma. He's afraid of the pricks he's going to get. He's afraid of the stinging that could happen, but also could not happen. But based on his negative experience, he's like sure that this is going to repeat.
He shies away.
Actually-
He shies away from social interactions. In a
And
sense.
yeah.
I mean, of course, like except of course with, I mean, those near and dear to him, obviously.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Everyone who's part of the Maria fan club, raise your hands.
I actually kind of disagree with that. Like that is an element to it, I think. But at least the way I interpret Shoya's reaction and his inability to look at people in the face and stuff like that, and that's a note that I wrote a little bit later after he meets Yuzuru. But basically, he doesn't see any value in himself. And
Oh yeah, absolutely.
if there is no value in himself, then why would he even communicate with anyone else? Like, why would anyone else even want to communicate with him? I don't
It's a
think
good thought too.
I don't think it's so much about him being afraid of getting hurt again, because I think he's so numb to it at this point that being hurt doesn't particularly factor into it. I think it's more of like, why bother, and who would even care?
This is I'm so happy that we're talking about this because there's so many different perspectives on this
yeah.
one character, on this
Yeah.
one specific situation, about this one specific character in this one specific movie.
Yep.
I mean,
But yeah, this is like another thing of interpretation and based on your own experiences as a person.
Yeah. I'm
Wait, am
pretty
I
sure
going?
that I'm pretty sure that I see it that way mostly because of my own experience.
Yeah.
Like, I can definitely see where you're coming from, Ren. And it might, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the original intention was. That could very well be the original intention.
I could, as we say, this could be the original intention, but this is only our intention for now.
Yeah.
We can't peek into the heads of the directors, we cannot peek into the heads of the writers, so we're just going to give what we thought.
Yeah.
And it's so much more fun.
yeah.
Do you want to move on?
Let's move on!
And before that,
Yeah.
there was 2 redeems that I haven't really had a time until now to
The Dark Aura.
handle. Yes, but there was also another one earlier that was redeemed right in the middle of discussion.
Yeah. There were 2 stretches actually. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the stretches are fine. Like I've done all those, like the hydrates and stretches. I mean that's fine because they don't really interrupt the discussion much.
The flow
But
of conversation.
Yeah.
but the Aki redeemed an a so-called lucky aura earlier.
Yay!
Which
Oh,
is
she
just,
did, yeah.
Which is just a regular aura, but once per stream. But it's limited to once per stream. But it's just a cheaper one, essentially. As you see, if you check in my redeems list, you'll see that there is one for 1500 as well. Those lucky aura and that one are the same. Just the lucky aura is a cheaper one. Anyhow, aura.
Hell yeah!
Heck yeah.
And aura.
Yay!
Even better.
Perfection. Perfect cinema, truly.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, should we move on?
Mm-hmm.
The
on.
next scene, I'm not sure if it was the next scene or the previous scene.
We're already disjointed.
You're welcome,
No,
Aki.
these are very close scenes.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't really matter which one is first, but we have the scene of Shoya's mother, like finding the money that he left her, and finding the calendar,
Yeah.
and her kind of sort of
Reaction to
trick.
all that.
Yeah, and her kind of sort of tricking him into admitting that he tried to commit suicide, which he obviously does. And I mean, he admits that he tried to commit
Yeah.
suicide, not that
Yeah.
he actually commits suicide.
We didn't talk
and,
about why he didn't commit suicide.
we did talk about that.
Yeah.
Why he didn't. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because there was
You don't remember?
Because there was
You
people on
were-
the riverbank.
Yeah, you were talking mostly
No,
about that.
but because he also met Shoko.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
I was.
Yeah.
That's also another point.
Oh, was that before? Oh, yeah, that was before the. Yeah. Okay, well, okay. Let's start with that then. So after the time skip, after everyone grows up
Everyone's
from
grown.
sixth grade, yeah, it turns out that Shoya had actually started learning sign language in, I suppose, a kind of subconscious decision to try to make amends
Yeah.
with Shoko after realizing how much he's hurt her.
It could also be because he wanted to try to understand her more.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that one moment of realization in the class could also be that little spark.
Yeah, I wanted to bring this up as well a bit later, but yeah, it's a
Yay.
good point to bring it up here. That I think the main theme of the entire movie is communication.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and yeah,
We've been new.
But yeah, that's part of why he learns sign language. And before he commits suicide, he wants to make amends both to his mother and to Shoko. And he tries to make amends to his mother by giving her back the money that I imagine is the money that she spent on Shoko's hearing aids, but maybe he also added money for just raising him and stuff. But one of the things he does is that he holds on to Shoko's notebook. And Shoko, we didn't mention this, but Shoko, back in grade school, elementary school, I guess, she had a notebook that she used primarily to communicate with others by writing down what she wants to say. And that notebook was full of her words, but it was also full of other people's words, which were less than kind.
Yeah.
Yeah,
put
it turned into less kind words slowly.
Yeah, it was basically a bully journal.
Yeah.
And he wanted to give it back to her, like, because of her words, because it's precious to her, because she tried so hard to use it to make friends and to connect with people. And he wanted to be able to give it to her and like communicate with her and try to really tell her he's sorry and that he is regretful of what he did. So he does find her. He gives her back the notebook. Their communication is very bad.
Yeah.
They're barely able to say anything to each other, and he leaves. And that's basically his amends done in his head at that point, which is why he
There's one
Earthly
thing.
ties have been released.
There's,
yeah, exactly.
Like that's it's. There's one thing there I would like to point out. He also realizes there in that scene that back in grade school, on that time when he was throwing that gravel at her, when she's like when she signed to him, like in that scene where he returned the book, there when he was grown up, when they met again, he realized then and there that back then she asked or said like if they should become friends.
Yeah. And then he signed the same thing to her then when he gave back the notebook. But he kind of realized that, wait a second, why would she ever want to be friends with with me? I'm an asshole.
Yeah. He also said he immediately slapped himself, and it was such a comedic moment for me. Like when I
Yeah.
first saw it, I laughed out loud because of how unexpected that was. He just turns around and slaps himself at the exact same motion,
A sudden
and
realization,
Yep,
like,
yep.
what the fuck am I saying? But
he's like, "What the heck did I just do?" And
Which
the thing is that he also then muttered, "Oh, so that was what she was saying back then. I can finally understand her." And that realization made him so happy. You could see him smile a bit, and that's also something to add on.
yeah, but his action then, him turning around, slapping himself, and kind of laughing to himself, that all that does for Shoko is confuse the hell out of her.
yeah.
So again, with the theme of communication,
Creepy.
they are off to a very, very bad start with communicating with each other.
Yeah.
But then afterwards, we get to the scene in his home where his mother confronts him about wanting to commit suicide, and she basically forces him to promise that he won't kill himself by threatening to burn the money that he saved up.
Yeah.
And then she ends up burning it anyway,
Yeah.
accidentally.
But the way everything happened is very interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if we can really explain it properly. Like,
Oh, I can
I'm
explain
not.
it.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where you have to actually see it. Explaining it won't really do it justice.
Yeah.
But
So
I yeah.
no, continue on.
But one thing that I'm thinking about, this may be me overanalyzing, and it's perfectly fair if you guys think so. I probably am overanalyzing.
We're overanalyzing the whole evening.
No. I think I am finding things that are not there. I think I'm overanalyzing to that degree. But let me just say what I think. I think that maybe possibly his mother burning the money was subconsciously intentional, because he promises her to not kill himself, stuff like that. But as long as that money is there really isn't much stopping him.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's gone, then he can't, because that would mean that he still owes her.
I also noticed that myself, overanalyzing. I also noticed that myself. I was like, oh, now with the money gone, he can't like back paddle from that. He can't just go, oh, mom has the money now, so she has the money to, I don't know, maybe raise Maria with it too, and to use it for something else, and or maybe get a better job or make her own job better. We don't. She's a hairdresser. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe get a bigger building or something. And the thing is that if it's subconsciously there, then all his ties, his earthly ties, as I like to say, are all done. And now with the money gone, he's basically back at square one. He's been put back to square one. He has to work that money up again if he wants to do the same plan of suicide again.
Yep.
And that was kind of a saving grace. I'm sorry, Shadow.
Yeah.
Well, like, didn't she like even like she even said it right after the money had been burned? Like, why would anyone want the money you saved up to then like kill yourself or something like that? I don't know. I don't remember.
She
word
said
for word,
something along the line of, I wouldn't want to use the money you saved up just to kill yourself.
Yeah. She does.
It was so motherly of her. She's so MILF. Reblog.
And then of course I have to give my take on the whole like confrontation thing. Like, I gotta say this though. I'd say that like why she confronted him, like, of course, like, it was like because she found out that he was gonna kill himself, but I'd say also that like it stems from distress, concern. Like, she's a parent, like,
He's a MILF.
what parent want to see their child die before them?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, a good parent. A good parent wouldn't want to see that. And that's a very good point you're saying. I can I say something? While that scene happened, I forgot Maria existed. And when the money got burned out, I remembered she was there. And I was like, oh no, poor Maria.
Yeah.
She just saw her uncle admit to her grandma at the tender age of 3 that he was going to kill himself and promised not to.
Yeah, poor
Like a
kid.
man.
Oh, oh no. Oh yeah, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I can still talk with people. I can still talk here. But yeah, as I wrote, Discord crashed. I noticed that the thing there at the top, you know, the little bar that says the app name and the minimize and close app thing, it went white. And when I hovered the mouse over Discord, which I had in the background, well, there was this spinning icon right next to the pointer, so I noticed something was up. I mean, it's too hard. I mean, great pun there, but oh, and there we go.
We can't. Oh, I think we
good.
can hear you. Maybe.
Oh, good. It threw me. It got
Oh, yeah.
straight back into the call. Good
Okay,
thing it
we're
didn't-
back.
good
Are we
thing
back
it-
on stream?
Yep.
Okay,
Oh,
good. God damn it, Stuttgart.
we laughed about it too. Oh, I just saw a refresh on stream! Yay!
Yeah. Okay, so where were we?
Oh yeah, Maria
burning
getting
mummies.
traumatized.
Yeah, Maria getting traumatized.
No one noticed Maria until she suddenly appeared.
I really think we need to start getting a move on because we're still within the first 30 minutes of the movie. And it's a solid 2-hour movie.
It's a solid 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
And the stream's been going for 1.5 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
And we still have
exactly.
1.5 hour of content to go over.
Yep. And I don't think
Some
any
people-
of us want to make a 6-hour stream on this.
Oh, I can.
I probably could as well, but I don't know how good that would be for my health. Okay, so we had the money burning and
Money burning.
yeah, and then and that event actually kind of sparked something in Shoya, and he decides that his communication with Shoko didn't exactly go very well. So he figures he wants to try again, and he wants to like properly communicate with her this time. The thing is, one of the things to note here is that he never actually tries to apologize, which is again
Yeah, that's what I noticed too. I was like, oh,
yeah, he never really tries to say I'm sorry, and that makes a lot of sense from his headspace, because to him it's like, why would she even care about an apology? Like, all he wants to do is to make sure she's okay, and
she doesn't cry because of him.
yeah, and that's about it. So the amazing excuse that he finds to go talk to her is that he finds a coupon for extra fluffy bread,
No.
and he remembers that he saw her feeding the koi fish previously on a bridge, and
I
so
think
he
they were
decides
there
he's.
together.
Were they? No, I don't think they were there together
I have the
previously. Were
movie on
they?
my side.
Right. That's the first time they talk. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first time they talk, and I think they spent some time together because, catching up on each other. But we didn't see that. We only saw a flashing flashback, a flashing
Yeah.
flashback,
A
a
flashing
glimpse.
flashback.
And
And
something in the money burning thing is, I think he realized, he listened for the first time to his mom again.
Thank you for the bits, Saki.
A lot
thank
of
you,
bits here.
Aki.
Thank you, Aki.
Thank you.
He for the first time listened to someone again, and it was his mom, because we saw this flash of him returning to the moment. She said she got her earring ripped off because of him, and
Yeah.
she said, from now on you will be a good boy, okay? And she also said it in this very motherly tone. That was so. She didn't put blame on him or something. She said, "You're going to behave from now on, okay?" And which must be very hard with your ear like that.
Yeah.
And this
That's
moment, this burden, this moment burdens him so much. And he's like, and this is the moment he was for first time free of that, and he really was able to listen to her at that moment, because he got out of that freeze from flight, fight, freeze.
yeah. That's actually another really great thing about the movie is it really shows how good intentions and being good doesn't necessarily lead to good results. And it's not like in a cynical nihilistic way or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's very real, and it tries to show kind of a better path, I suppose. But one of the things is that Shoya's mom is very, very, very permissive and very like she's very loving and she's very supportive of him, but to an unhealthy degree. Like she doesn't even scold him particularly like a lot for all the bullying he's done to Shoko.
I mean, she did
She
that kind of. She could have done
yeah,
more.
but
Yeah, but
yeah,
she did
but
that
just
when he came home wet.
yeah, and it was just a little bit, and then they went to the Nishimiyas to apologize and to give them money and stuff. And she's all like, "Yeah, come here, show you to apologize as well." When like Shoko's mom tells her, "No, I don't want to talk to your son." And then she comes back with the bleeding ear. Apparently, the two probably had a bit of
Yeah,
a fight.
I think that was like an eye for an eye from Miss Nishimiya.
Yeah,
She was,
yeah,
because Shoko got that injury, and she was like, "Yeah, you have to get an injury now too, because this is more legal for me, I guess."
yeah, kind of, yeah. And then even then, she doesn't really try to get him to learn from this experience. She
I think he
doesn't.
was traumatized by that.
Yeah, but I think she tries to spare him the trauma, and that causes him the trauma. Like if she had yelled at him, if she had really put the blame on him, like not to an extreme, of course, but like to a degree where he can actually understand. Like she tries, like if she tried to make him understand the gravity of what he's done, I think that would have been healthier for him, and he wouldn't have been as traumatized by the situation,
I
because
think if
what he
they
sees
go on.
is because what he sees is his mother bleeding and trying to put on a brave face, and he already knows how hard she works. He already knows they have like money troubles and stuff, and that's just more blame that he puts on himself.
I think if they just talked it out earlier,
Yeah,
like if they just had that talk, she could. If they didn't bury that under the sand, then it would have probably got much better results with his mental health too.
yep, absolutely. That, again, the theme of communication.
The theme of communication.
Okay, so unless one of you wants to add something, I was thinking of moving ahead.
Let's go.
Sorry, I've kind of hijacked the stream and I'm kind of leading it.
No, don't worry.
Please tell me to screw off. Like,
Hey, you're the one. You're the one with the notes.
You
yeah,
have
that's,
the notes.
yeah,
I mean, you know
that,
that you have like proper order of events
yeah.
written
You
down.
have the notes. Only me and Shadow have feelings. Me and Shadow have feelings. You have notes and feelings.
Yeah. So the next big event that happens in the movie is that Shoya overhears someone bullying another kid like really hard and basically
Yes.
trying to steal his bike. But
Yes.
not in a way like where he just takes the bike or something. He's like, "Oh, give me the bike. I wanna go because I wanna go home because I forgot to get something." And the
Yeah, it
kid
was
is like,
very roundabout.
yeah, and the kid is like, "No, like get your own bike." And he said,
Like your
he's
own
like,
bike.
"No, I don't have a bike. Just let me borrow yours." And he's pulling it out of his hands. And Shoya intervenes, but not like in a way to chase the bully away or anything, but more in the same sense that he values himself so little that he doesn't even care if he loses anything. So he basically just gives the bully his bike because who cares?
Yeah.
And the bully takes the bike and leaves. But
And then this
that
inner monologue where he's like, I didn't get it back.
yeah, except that's not actually true. That's not actually. I mean, maybe it's true in the maybe in the original Japanese it is true because it's probably framed in the way he never brought it back or anything. But
Yeah.
he does actually get his bike back because
At that moment, he didn't get it back, but later on, he gets it back.
yeah, because the kid that was being bullied, his name is Nagatsuka,
Yep.
and he
Oh, yeah.
becomes Shoya's first actual friend. He is the first person in the movie whose face the cross on his face that crosses out his eyes and like all his features just peels away and falls off. And Shoya is kind of scared of that at first.
He was
But,
surprised at that.
Yeah. But yeah, that's his first friend. That's his first step to recovery, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of like ties in with like how the bike, how to say, like the bike, the thing with the bike where like now the Gatsuka said like he was looking like for the address like written on it, and then Nagatsuka and Shoya encountered each other there, and like Shoya was like, you could say kind of like Shoya was like, someone like actually like
Someone acknowledged me.
showing yeah exactly. Someone so like actually like showed him like someone like outside his family like actually so say actually like really approached him and noticed him in a way perhaps that he hasn't been previously.
It was
Yeah,
very
yeah.
direct.
Like
Yeah,
and you could say the bike definitely act there kind of in a way as a medium. I mean, not that
Yep.
it was because of the bike.
yeah. And just from it's kind of visual storytelling here, and maybe I'm being maybe I'm just stereotyping, but I think it's kind of obvious that this is what the author was going for. But as you see Nagatsuka, he is very short. He is rather rotund. He looks kind of funny, and
Yes.
and you can immediately tell just by looking at him that he was probably bullied a lot. He probably doesn't have many friends, if any.
God.
I mean that's pretty obvious just from the way he acts. But
Yeah.
adding his appearance to it really amplifies it because he not only does he jump at the chance to make a friend in Shoya,
Yeah.
but his appearance is such that obviously he can't stand up for himself. Like he is physically he cannot stand up for himself.
And the thing is that when you talked about the physical stuff, I thought, oh, this is maybe the thought I had. Then you didn't. Then it wasn't the same thought. The thought that I had is that his design is very round, and I noticed that when rewatching the movie for the fourth time, um, that that's basically very obvious, but Shoya has very spiky hair, and if we take that in consideration with how lanky and tall he is, then he seems more like a spiky character. And next to, I forgot his name. Next to
Nagatsuka.
Nagasuka, thank you. Next to Nagasuka, he looks even more spiky haired and all that stuff. But in Nagasuka, he seems even more round because his design is basically just circles.
Yep. Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah, so like you could say, kind of then say like in terms of like appearance, they are opposite in
Yeah.
in height and hair anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah. And they're opposites in a lot of ways, really, because even though Nagatsuka has probably went through some of the stuff that the Shoya has, he retains a very positive outlook, and he is he's very easygoing, and he's very gung ho about making friends, and he really like he is forcing Shoya to be his friend basically at some
Oh my
point.
god.
I mean,
He literally drags him around from place to place so they can hang out.
The cinema too. That one moment, Shoya's just kind of confused, and then he looks over. And he's just in tears from the scene. He's just like, oh, this is so beautiful.
meanwhile, Shoya is like, what's it like to be like friends?
Yeah.
He's questioning friendship. He's having an existential moment, and he's just like, oh, this scene is so sad.
And I mean, if you talk about that moment there in particular, it's so funny then how Nagatsuka takes a fry and dips it in ketchup and then puts it in his mouth with the ketchup facing outwards, making it look like a kind of lit cigarette.
Yeah.
I also liked how he explained friendship, because that just showed how he doesn't have enough friends to understand friendship.
Well,
He was just.
I'm not sure if that's. He does obviously not have a lot of friends, but I think it's a very. I think it's kind of confirming to a degree that some things you don't need to think that hard about. Like Shoya is
sometimes you
thinking
don't need
super
to.
hard.
Yeah.
About what are friends, how do you make friends, what that thing even is. And to Nagatsuka is like, I mean, you're cool, you're nice. Yeah, like you're cool, you're nice.
You saved my bike.
Yeah, you saved my bike. You were really selfless. I like you, so we're friends. That's it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you really don't need to think about it more than that.
Yeah, I still found it really funny how he just did that hand thing, because it always leaves me so confused. It's more like one hand washes another, and then we're friends.
Yeah.
It seemed more like that to me than what he actually meant, that you don't have to think about it too much. Like he's just a fun character all around.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I actually have two notes about Nagatsuka. The first note is Nagatsuka is a treasure, and the second note is Nagatsuka is an effing treasure.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they're immediately one after the other.
Just his entire scenes are so enjoyable. He's the relief from the tragedy. He's the comedy in the tragedy.
Yeah, but he is not just the comedic relief. He is also
absolutely not.
He is the first step to Shoya's recovery, and he's an incredibly important character. It's just
he's the first step to social rehabilitation.
Yeah, and to being able to communicate with people, and to not thinking of himself as being completely worthless. He's the first step to a lot of things.
He's the first friend, we could say, because at that moment maybe Nishimiya thinks they're becoming friends, but he himself doesn't think himself worth enough to be friends with her. Like his mental health is so down.
Yep, absolutely. And then we have we didn't mention actually. When Shoya goes to give Shoko the extra fluffy bread to feed the koi fish, he runs into Shoko's apparent boyfriend.
Yuzuru.
Yeah, Yuzuru. Who? Spoiler alert! It's it's not her boyfriend. It's not a he. It's her younger sister, who is just very boyish. She's a tomboy.
He's very protective.
Yeah, and she's extremely protective of Shoko, and she basically just tells Shoya to screw off, and tells him to his face that she is not there, even though he can plainly see her in the room, and that actually happens a few times, until Nagatsuka comes in for the save, and he basically starts strangling Yuzuru for keeping
up in the air.
Yeah,
just up in the air like Bart Simpson, like Homer Simpson does with Bart Simpson. It's just it's just so insane. There's also this one after that moment. Shoya rightfully asks what Nagatsuka's doing here. He's like, "Oh, I was following you. That's what friends do." And I was so caught off guard when I first heard that. I was like, "What? No! You don't stalk your friends. That's not what you do."
Yeah, exactly.
Our friends follow each other.
It was so cheerful.
And that entire scene that they cause finally gets Shoko's attention, and she finally comes out and sees Shoya. So once again, it's Nagatsuka to the save.
Nagatsuka to the save. And
yeah.
something that happens is that Yuzuru says something about them, and I screenshotted it because I like that sentence so much, and it's, I guess, turds of a feather drop together. And he got so pissed off. He got so pissed off at that. I'm sending the screenshot. He got so pissed off, and he was like, "Oi, little man, what did you just say?" He restarted the fight. It was so funny.
And I love Nagatsuka constantly referring to, turning to Yuzuru and calling him shonen, like, boy.
Yeah, laddie, boy.
Yeah, lad.
Faces he always does, the stone face he did. It was like, huh? Wait, how dare you say that?
Yes, there's a bit of interruption here. We got a question earlier from Aki that hasn't been brought to attention. She said, "I have a request. I'm soon able to redeem it. When I do, would I be able to get your best Dark Aura from all of you?"
Oh, wow.
It didn't work? Yeah, you probably need to reload.
A dark aura from all of us?
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys... I'm okay with that. Are you okay, Ray,
No
Alex?
problem.
Hell yeah.
I won't do a regular one, but a joke one, sure.
What would be my dark aura? Would it just be my Catholic... Would it be my Catholic chain-smoking toad voice?
Yeah. Toad Aurora. Yeah, exactly.
Well, very well.
It's still sold out. Oh no. It's going to drop. It's going to drop when it's going to drop.
Oh, maybe it has to do with the timer I set on it. Like I set like 1 hour between, but that's probably why.
Oh my God, Aki! I was about to say that's not necessary, but we're on Jazz channel, so that is very welcome.
It's very much.
Now you should be able to do it. You should.
RR for me, please.
But she already requested it with her cheer.
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
it's the least we can do. That she wanted to have them at the same time, like 1, 2, 3, all of us just dropping it at the same time.
That would be.
No, I'm pretty sure she wants it one at a time.
Who's going to start? Is the host starting or the side characters?
Let me practice it on mute first.
I I don't need to practice for my Toad voice. I've been born with it.
Well, you don't very well. Like you don't need to spend your points. You can save them for something else. You can. This,
Okay,
that's equal.
I can
That's equal.
I can go first if you guys are too shy.
Dark Armor. Oh wow.
Oh, please
I
again.
hope that was worth it.
And then I'm ending it on my silly little Toad.
Yeah. It would have been so cool to like have like a voice changer installed or something, because I just noticed after installing the update for Wavelink that they had added sound effects you could add to different
my
channels, but I would have to go on the internet and find like whatever one I wanted, and I couldn't do that in the freaking like 5 minutes before stream. But I can change my voice on my own. I mean, you get to experience it again, but I'll try to vary.
Yours is better than mine.
And then my
I guess a
silly
bit of
little
a
Toad.
reverb.
Ooh. Okay, now it's time for my silly little Toad. Let me get into my inner Marge Simpson and then put it higher. Okay, I'm ready. Was it heard?
No.
I think
Nope.
I was cut off. No!
Nope. You gotta do it again.
No. Wait.
That was like barely audible. I think you maybe have to
What
get
the
closer to the
heck?
mic.
I'm doing
actually-
this 3 times.
Yep.
Okay, wait a second. Wait a minute.
Aki says, "Dag nabbit."
Dag nabbit.
You know what you can do? You can turn
What?
off the noise suppression from Discord.
Where
on
is
the
it?
on the bottom left where it says voice connected. To the
Voice
right
connected.
of that, yeah, to the right of that, right next to the disconnect button, to the left of it, there is
Yeah.
a noise suppression button.
okay,
You
I
can
see
click
it.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
and you can disable it, and you should be audible now.
Oh, homie. Okay, this is Marge Simpson.
Oh my god, that was good. Yes, that was very clearly audible.
I was even so loud too. I was like, I'm going to let out a mighty roar, and then you were like, I barely heard anything.
Yeah, that's the noise suppression.
I can also try going deeper. Aura, aura.
Excellent.
Well,
That was very dark.
Well, I'm after the stream go and nab this.
You're going into my shadow dimension.
I'm gonna go and save that as a highlight.
Okay, let's try to keep going because we're at 2 hours now and we
Yeah.
haven't even hit
Yay,
the
2
1 hour
hours!
mark of the movie.
Congratulations!
So let's try to move it along. Let's see what's my next note. So, okay, I have a note that says Shoko is precious, because she is.
She
And
absolutely is.
Aki says, "Yes, my RI empire is complete." But yeah, the next big event in the movie is Shoya is taking out Maria to the playground,
Yay!
and he happens to find Yuzuru inside one of the what do you call them? One of the like playground like tunnel thingies. She's-
Now we hear your keyboard sounds.
Yeah, you can turn on the you can
Okay.
turn the noise suppression on again.
Okay.
But yeah, he finds Yuzuru in there, and she's sleeping, and she is missing her shoes, and she is very
Dirty.
dirty.
Yeah.
And he gets very confused by that, but he wakes her up. And actually, one small thing I actually neglected to mention is that while Shoko and Shoya are talking after Nagatsuka's intervention, Yuzuru snaps a photo of Shoya as he's jumping inside of the river, I guess. As I
Yeah.
think it's a river, to get Shoko's notebook because he accidentally made her drop it there. And that photo gets him in trouble and gets him in detention.
Yeah.
So he finds Yuzuru at the playground inside one of the tunnel things where she's sleeping, and she's expecting him to be upset at her because she tells him that she was the one who leaked the photo, who tweeted out the photo. Actually, I think they even said that at least in the translation I had. But he isn't mad, obviously, because we know Shoya enough at this point to know that anyone doing anything bad to him is just, yeah. I mean, of course you would do
Yeah.
something bad to me. I'm a horrible person. So he's obviously not mad at all. But Yuzuru is apparently very tired, and she has obviously been there for a while. So he basically takes her to his home where his mom cooks for her and gives her a fresh set of clothes, and even gives her his
Partakes
bed.
in family dinner.
Yeah, and she partakes in family dinner, and it's very wholesome and it's very sweet. And that
Maria
entire
feeds
scene,
her.
what?
Maria feeds her.
Yeah.
Yes. Maria feeds
Baby
her.
Maria.
Yeah, it's very cute. It's very, very cute. But
It heals.
the purpose of that entire scene is basically to have Yuzuru get to know Shoya a little bit more, because she obviously hates his guts because of everything he's done to her sister in the past. But this event really recontextualizes a lot of that and shows her that he's no longer that person. He doesn't bully anyone. He isn't mean to anyone. He's in fact selfless to a fault at this point, simply because he values himself so little that anything he gives of himself for others is nothing in his eyes. To the point where when she tries to go back home, she basically sneaks off in the middle of the night after he gives her his bed, and he realizes that and runs after her, and he holds an umbrella over her head, and not over his, because again he values himself as nothing.
Not much.
Yeah. And he sends her off to her home, where her mother comes out after seeing them approach, and she just comes up, slaps Shoya in the face, and grabs Yuzuru by the arm and drags her home. Which we mentioned the scene, and it's very harsh, obviously, but it's also, at least to me, very understandable. Like with the additional context now,
Absolutely.
yeah, like seeing the guy who basically ruined your daughter's life for a good while there, coming home in the middle of the night with your other daughter,
Yeah.
that's not a good look.
Yeah. And it was in this scene that Yuzuru told Shoya that Yuzuru is not a boy, no, or not.
She
not,
signed to him.
and
Yeah.
not, and not, and you learn that, well, not a boyfriend.
Yeah, and
Yes.
actually, the fact that you mentioned that Rin, that Yuzuru signed, that's actually a really, really cool little point, because that's almost kind of like a test from Yuzuru, just to make sure that that
He
Shoya,
paid attention.
yeah, that he paid attention and that he really does like really does understand sign language, and that it's something that he's internalized. It's a really nice scene. It's very clear in its intention, but it's also just very well framed, very well presented, and there's a lot of subtlety in it, as anything else in the movie, honestly, that can go unnoticed on an initial viewing.
And I think also the scene where Yuzuru went to Shoya's home and was treated to dinner and stuff. It also shows us how Yuzuru is like without this without Nishimiya around, without
Yeah.
Shoko, where she's alone with the family, and we can see this very soft side in her where she lets herself get fed by Maria, and it's such a wholesome scene. And
Yeah.
she she also before he finds out that he is actually a she, um, Shoya even gives her his old shoes, and what happened is that he lifted her shirt up a little bit to see her feet, but she was so caught off guard, and you could see her blush, and she was like,
Yeah.
"What are you doing?" She was so close, and when she realized he didn't have any thoughts like that, that he only wanted to see if he wears shoes, that she wears shoes. Sorry. um, she also saw a better look at his character overall, because she only knows him as the bully and the one person that hurt Shoko so much.
Yeah, and suddenly she's seeing this side of him where he's like, he doesn't care about himself to the degree that like he's perfectly fine. He doesn't get upset at her running away. He even though she probably is aware that is kind of thankless.
Yeah.
Like she went to their home. She got fed by them. She got clothed by them. She was put to like she was given his bed, and everything like that. And he's never upset at her. He there is not even a hint of that.
Yeah.
All he cares
Yeah.
about is just to make sure that she gets home safe. Because, well, obviously because he wants her to come home safe, but also because he doesn't want Shoko to
Cry.
to be upset over it and to worry, which we later see that Shoko was terrified by Yuzuru running away.
Yeah.
The good and
So he did a good
selfless,
thing.
the good and selfless side of Shoya.
But
Yeah.
also this gentle side,
Oh,
because
no.
we see his treatment of Maria, and he's like he's very cutesy with her, and he's very Maria is his sister's daughter, but he basically treats her like a little sister, and he's so lovable in that regard.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so adorable. That's why I love all the Maria scenes.
It's also really cute that later on, Yuzuru actually comes over to their place to play with Maria.
Yeah, I was like, oh, we're playing.
It's really, really cute.
This is what we call payoff. We need this kind of payoff more.
Yeah. Oh, there was one thing I noted here. It's after Yuzuru gets home and Shoko immediately goes to hug her and to apologize. That's the first time that we actually hear Shoko speak outside of like
Great school.
outside of grade school, and I thought it was such a great little attention to detail that Shoko would actually feel comfortable speaking at home because she's surrounded by her family, but she wouldn't speak outside of that.
Yeah.
It comes so naturally, and it's really hard. It's really easy to miss because it's just part of the background in a way. It just makes sense.
The little details are what give the world a fresh breath of air.
Yeah.
And we appreciate it all the more when we realize it's there.
Yep. I have another FKY note here. I'm not sure why.
I have to look into that.
This is, I think this is when, yeah. So there's a scene here, I think, where Shoya and Shoko and Nagatsuka and Yuzuru are at the bridge. The bridge might, by the way, I wanted to point this out, but I actually wrote this down as a note later because I later realized it. But the bridge is such an amazing visual metaphor for the whole communication theme because it literally brings two places together. It's so good. It's so good.
The existence of bridges is so good.
No, I mean that so many key scenes in the development of the communication between all the characters happens on the bridge.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're all, the four of them are hanging out there, and Shoya wants to do something nice for Shoko, and he shows her that he has a cell phone. And what I found really interesting is that at no point does he ever even hinted her giving him his number, her giving him her number, or him giving her his number. His only thought there is, oh, do you have a cell phone? Because I keep in touch with
friends.
Yeah, no. Because I keep in touch with, well, because I know where some of our old classmates are. Do you want me to find the number of someone? And so Shoko immediately asked for Sakura's number, which which he doesn't have, and which I think this is where the F Kawaii thing comes in, because he goes to Kawaii to ask her for Sakura's number or coordinates or whatever. I'm not sure what exactly Kawaii does for me to write this note.
I don't know that. Maybe you just felt on edge.
No. I'm sure she did something, but I'm not sure what that something was there.
I just know that she says, "Oh, she goes to the same school as now, and something that I've noticed is, I think she and Now are still in contact, but they still are.
Yeah.
Shouldn't she also be able to ask?
Oh yeah. She probably could, but F Kawaii.
We do not know.
And
F Kawaii, I guess.
Well,
for clarification for all of those who've been here for a while in the chat and heard us talk about that character in particular. Now here is Ueno.
Yeah.
The one we've referred to as Ueno before.
Yeah.
Her whole name is
Naoka Ueno.
Yeah. And her short, like her nickname, it's Now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As I said, I have the booklet here, so I have all the names. I have all the names.
You can just check. I have Google on. You can continue on talking. I have to get water, so you can continue on talking. I will just drop back in.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next note, unless Jad, I'm sorry, I feel like we're not giving you enough space to talk. If you want to jump in, please interrupt me. Just go ahead.
I mean,
if you have nothing to say, I'll continue. But
yeah, I mean, about this that thing in particular there with when you ask Kawaii, I mean, just like when you said when you talked about this with F Kawaii, I was like. And you said, when you said this, I don't really know what got me to think that here. I was like, yeah, I mean, he just asked, and she said yeah, the whatever it is, faculty knows or whatever.
Yeah, I'll need to watch watch that scene back. I'm sure she did something. I wouldn't just spell it out, I especially wouldn't spell it out in all caps if she didn't do anything. But yeah, so the next thing that the next event in the film is that so Shoya finds the school where Sakura is studying, and he decides to go by himself there to talk to her and to try to get her number for Shoko, but Yuzuru shows up with Shoko and says she was very upset that Shoya didn't invite her after finding out where Sakura is. And so they go there and they meet with Sakura, and Shoko and Sakura immediately hit it off like no time has passed at all. They're just immediately best friends again, which is really, really sweet to see.
Yeah.
And this was one of the spots in the movie that just made me really appreciate the details that they put in the expressions and in the hand gestures. It's so detailed, it's so subtle.
That's why I personally, I'm back. That's why I personally think that that silent voice used the animation medium to its fullest in its portrayal, because you can maybe live action the hand movements, but you cannot live action these expressions.
Yeah.
Well, no, I don't really agree. I think there are actors who are more than good enough to do something like this. I don't
You can't
think
expect that from everyone.
I don't think there are a lot of actors who are 18 who can do that though.
Yeah, who look like 18 and can do that.
Yeah, like if we had like Leonardo
Chris
DiCaprio
Pratt.
and no, and like Daniel Day-Lewis or something. Yeah, I mean they
Johnny
can definitely
DeVito.
do that stuff. Yeah.
No,
you know
it
what?
would fit
You know what? Danny
Dan-
DeVito would be an amazing Nagatsuka.
Be amazing. Danny DeVito would have been an amazing Mario. This is the truth.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true.
He would fit voice actor-ish, and he would fit appearance-wise.
No, of course, truth be told, it would definitely feel very weird if one would see an announcement from like Hollywood or some other like big studio thing in like US, like, yeah, we're gonna make live action of Silent Voice. It would be like, huh?
No.
No, that would be hell. This would be the dark timeline.
Yeah, let's not talk about
Let's not summon that.
let's not talk about what punishment awaits us at the seventh gate of hell.
Yeah, I mean, live action adaptations are, for the most part, at least those known in the West community at large, they are known to be kind of middling.
Yeah. That's kind of generous. I mean, there are some that are pretty good, but yeah.
There's some, but not all. And
Very
most
few.
of them are just it's so bad it's fun.
That's very true. So
But back
As
to
I
the
said-
topic
as
at
I said-
hand.
As I said, the animation medium was fully used in this movie because you can expect all your actors to be insane with expressions and being able to switch from this to that in like 2 seconds, as you can with an animated character. And
Yeah.
that's why I say always that a silent voice used its medium very well compared to I'm sorry for dragging the name, but compared to Your Name.
I don't know. I
I
mean,
mean, there are so many shots you could replace by live action in Your Name and CGI. It's that's why I say the animation medium is better used in a silent voice, because you cannot get the same amounts of expression and detail in the expressions as you can in in animation.
that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
There's even a whole video. I was like, there's even a whole video of someone just recreating the final scene with no people, but just the shots, and it's really just something you can recreate in live action.
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, not every piece of media is locked to one specific medium. Like,
Yeah.
not every movie has to be a movie. Like, not every show has to be a show.
It
But
can be
yeah,
an experience.
But yeah, silent voice is definitely one of those things, and it's one of the reasons why I haven't read the manga. It's just because these expressions and these the animation, the voice acting. I have a bit of a spiel on the voice acting later, but the voice acting is so good in this movie. It's
It really is.
like I haven't mentioned this. We haven't talked about this, but Shoko's voice acting is incredible. Like,
It's so powerful.
yeah, it's so uncomfortable. Like it's so like gutturally uncomfortable to
Yeah.
listen to when she's
It's so real.
struggling with it. Yeah, yeah. There's no sugarcoating there. There's no like, oh, she kind of mumbles. It's no. She cannot speak normally because she cannot hear. She doesn't know what the words are supposed to sound like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it sounds the way it sounds. She can't, because she doesn't hear the proper pronunciation. It's kind of garbled up how she pronounces them. And
Yeah.
but they didn't sugarcoat it, or were like, oh, we make this easier for the viewer to understand because this is a movie. We need them to understand. They were like, no, we're going to keep it real.
Yep.
So, and the performance of the voice actors just, if I had a top hat, I would give her a top hat because insane.
Yeah, and
Yep,
this
absolutely.
this booklet again, if I bring that up, also it writes out like all the voice actors and actresses for the characters that are shown off there in the booklet, and it says that Shoko's voice actress is Saori Hayami.
I saw that, yeah. Sorry, Hayami.
Well, that's
Is she deaf for real?
I
He's a singer.
know.
Oh, she's a singer. Oh my god, she does an amazing job. I was pretty much convinced that they got an actual like deaf person,
Yeah.
mute person.
I mean,
Yeah, I think it was even for a time, people were like, oh, they got a deaf person, and then it turned out they just got Sayori Hayami.
yeah, I mean, like, I think when it comes to anime voice actors or actresses, like, she is probably one of the most well known.
She
I don't
got-
really know
she
much
got
about
Or
lucky,
not
actually.
well known, or not. I don't mean well known, but like one of the biggest ones probably. In,
She was a
because she-
Shinobu in Demon Slayer.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
just
still need to watch
looking-
that.
Oh
Just
god.
looking at her list of roles, it's extensive.
It's going on. It
I
will
don't know.
continue.
She does an incredible job in this movie, like absolutely stunning job. Someone else who does an incredible job at voice acting in this movie, and it only really hit me on this viewing, is Ueno's voice actress, because now here I've got a bit of a long note on.
Oh
on
hell
Ueno,
yeah!
Go on.
But let me
King.
first. The what?
I said
sorry,
pop
what?
off king. I was encouraging you.
So, just to get to that place first, let me just set the scene. After Shoya gets Shoko and Sakura together, he decides that maybe he should try to reach out to more people from their past. And the one person he runs into, it's kind of on the one side it's a little bit convenient, but on the other side it was established that she studies at the same place that Sakura does, so it's not really a big
Yeah.
stretch that she would be nearby.
Yeah.
And he sees Ueno handing out flyers for some cat cafe, which
Cat cafe. Yeah.
yeah, it's a joke. It's a very good
Yeah,
joke that actually
there's a joke in. I
yeah,
love the joke.
It actually completely flew over my head. I'm not gonna lie. The first time I watched it, like from the moment I saw it, I thought, "Oh, that's a cat cafe." But obviously, they didn't mean that. We were supposed to think that she was like some kind of stripper or
Maid
something.
cat
I don't know.
cafe.
Yeah, or a maid
maid-
cafe or something.
Stripper.
I don't know.
She's underage.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Maid cafe, yes. But
Yeah.
stripper?
But yeah, it's supposed to be something where it's not exactly embarrassing, but like, ooh, is she really working there?
love
But
the
no,
cats.
it turns out it's like a literal cat cafe where you go and there are cats in the cafe.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it's really good. But yeah, Shoya goes there with Nagatsuka. They Cat Plus Cafe, match made in heaven.
While listening to you guys,
Oh.
so even though I had like 10 hours of fucking school today, I still have to spend on. Ah, damn.
Oh, that's fine, Volishny. Thank you very much for showing up. It's always really
Thanks for
nice having you.
showing.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for
Leslie.
coming.
Please go have some proper sleep.
Have a good rest, Walaxny. You need to be well rested.
It's actually I can actually tell you how to pronounce his name. It's Valichny. It's a ch
Ooh.
sound. Valichny.
Walaxny. Nice.
It's Valichny Kurchak. Can you?
Knowledge.
Yeah. Oh, Slavic.
Walaxny Kurschak.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
The fountain of knowledge.
no, it's just no. I'm just used to the Slavic way of speaking, I guess. But yeah, they meet Ueno there, and she avoids Shoya at first, but then she apparently decides that let's try to gauge where he's at and see if we can somehow salvage the situation. And it's pretty clear, we didn't talk about this previously, but it's pretty clear that she's always really liked him. Even when they were kids, she would very often sneak glances at him and like wait for his reaction to things before she reacts, just so she can match his reaction. And a lot of the bullying she does to Shoko is very heavily influenced by him. Okay, so they meet and they talk a little bit, and she kind of starts acting like she did as a kid, like starting to be mean and seeing Shoko and deciding to go and pester her and go and steal her hearing aid again. And Shoya tells her off, tells her to go away. And okay, so I will read my notes verbatim and
Read your notes so we can later on add.
yeah, so my note is as follows. Ueno is just as damaged as everyone else. The boy she liked didn't notice her at all unless she was being mean, so she continued being mean to get his attention. The only thing she knows how to make friends and get along with people is to be mean to others. Her voice acting is incredible. Her laugh and speech sound just real enough to be convincing, because they convinced me the first 2 times I watched. But just fake enough to know that she's only being that way because that's what she thinks she should be, not because that's what she wants to be or who she really is. And that's the part where that really hit me this time, because when she leaves, as she's leaving, when Shoya tells her to go away, and even before that, her voice changes and her inflections change, and she starts behaving a little bit off. Like that's not something that's not something she does. It's noticeable that she hasn't had much practice acting this way since she was a kid. But she's acting this way because this is Shoya. She likes Shoya and she wants him to like her. But the only way she knows how to get him to like her is to act in this way.
Or rather to get his attention, you could say.
Yeah. And the voice acting in that scene by Ueno's voice actor is just amazing. I am shocked that it went over my head the first 2 times, but it was super obvious on the third watch. But yeah, that was my long notes on the subject. And as I mentioned a little bit ago, well, probably not a little bit ago, we've been going for 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours.
Yeah. I used to absolutely hate Ueno's guts when I watched the movie the first time. The second time, I saw a little bit of redeemable
Redemption.
qualities in her. Yeah. But on the third watch, at this point I am pretty firmly convinced that the way the movie ends, Ueno is now on her track to become a better person.
She gets the treatment that Shoya has, but without the bullying.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
I'm not going to say what happened at the end, but it's a nice moment when you see it happen. It's like, ah,
Yeah, it's great.
oh,
It's really really great, and there are a lot of subtle things with Ueno there, like okay, I have a quick note about Mashiba. He's very 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 underdeveloped in the movie,
yeah,
and that's
Yeah.
one of the reasons why I want to read the manga so I can, because from what I understand, he is actually a very important character, but he
yeah.
really isn't in the movie.
He's apparently much more insane in the manga.
Oh, yeah, he has an absolute vendetta against bullies.
Mm.
Yeah,
Uh, but the next thing is again about Ueno, and as Shoko is talking with Sakara, Sakara mentions that she actually keeps in touch with Ueno, and that she has learned that Ueno and her are in an artistic school,
yeah.
and
Female
she mentioned,
only,
yeah,
girls only artistic school.
yeah, and she mentions that she actually learns a lot from Ueno's artistic sense, which
Yeah.
uh, you could take as, oh, Ueno is very good, so so obviously Sakara is learning something just by being close by. But I don't think what's being told, what's being said here. I think what's being said is that Ueno and Sakara actually get along. Like, they may not be friends, they may not be close, but they get along,
Yeah.
which again shows that Ueno isn't nearly as terrible as she displays herself as.
They outgrew grade school, you could say.
Yeah, yeah.
Because in grade school she also Sahara, I mean, got also kind of bad mouthed and bullied by Naoka.
Oh
So
yeah,
like for example when she and Shoko passed by, she would now now would say how bad her clothes are or how she looks or how they look like potato sacks or something, and like she's just bad mouthing her. Or when she said, "Oh, I can do the 3 minutes of sign language because I want to learn that," they were like, "Don't try to act like a goody two shoes or something."
yeah, yeah.
And like that also makes brings me to also that when she talked there about Sahara's, like, you know, fashion sense, like it kind of irked me. Like, you're like what, 10, and you talk shit about someone's fashion sense. Like, feels a bit.
Yeah, yeah.
It feels just strange.
I mean,
It's
yeah, is girls be like that sometimes?
I mean, sure,
Take
but
it from a girl.
I mean, sure, but
it is very mean girlish.
No, usually, I mean, at the age of 10, it's like where puberty hits, so usually that's also where girls become more fashion forward, or at least look at that a little bit more and try to enact what they like in actors, for example. That's what I noticed when I was that age,
Yeah,
because suddenly everyone was a fashion guru.
yeah. And then you
And
and then you think about these damn fashion shows that happen like every year, like, and you see all these strange outfits, and you're like, what the hell?
Germany's next top model. But is your note of Ueno finished?
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
good.
I have more on you on Ueno coming up, but yeah, for now it is.
At the moment, not.
Yeah,
I also found it interesting how Ueno, she gave him the coupon, the discount coupon for the cat cafe, and I think she tested him to see if he would come, and she didn't actually believe he would come. And what happened is she got proven wrong, and he did come with his friend, and she was caught so off guard that she hid herself behind glasses in a ponytail, and
yeah.
and I
Well,
think that's very interesting.
Yeah.
that's actually a very good point, because they actually run into each other for a very very like short bit, and Ueno pretends to not see him, but
Oh.
again the animation is so good that,
You know she knows.
yeah, you just see her eyes, and that's enough to tell you that, oh, No, she knows exactly who he is, but she's just gonna pretend she didn't see him.
Yeah. She's playing mind games. She's playing 4D chess right now.
Well, to an extent, yeah, but I feel like she's also kind of terrified.
Yeah, which is why she probably hit herself, because one, she is at work, and cats can be sometimes a little bit dirty and stinky little babies. So, and it's a little bit embarrassing because she had a cat tail on her apron on the end.
Yeah.
So imagine
Yeah.
she's saying bye and turns around and he's seeing that little cat tail. Looking like the Tanuki from Mario.
Oh, good reference, yeah.
Yeah, but like
And thanks. And that's what I found interesting. And I think that's a good dichotomy between that moment and when Uno met him again, but he was alone and wanted to go to Shoko on his bike, and she just plopped herself right on the bike.
Yeah.
And it was like, go, go! And she
Yeah.
basically returned to her past self. Because-
I'm sorry, go on. I'll
Yeah, go on. Go on.
That's actually kind of what I was talking about earlier, because the moment she plops herself onto his bike, you can instantly see her trying to be a different person than who
Yeah.
she is.
And I found it so interesting when he also went like, no, go away. I don't hate you and stuff, but I don't want to chill with you, I guess.
It was very interesting that he was seeking her out, but the moment he found her and she was acting like who she was back as a kid, the instant he saw that, he just didn't want anything to do with her.
Yeah, it showed character progression from his side too.
Yeah, and it's also very interesting because she was acting that way, I think, at least, specifically in order for him to like her again.
Yeah, she's kind of stuck in that moment, in that part of their history, because she's stuck there. She thinks that no one has moved on or tried to move on and developed, but because she is still there, she assumes that everyone is still like that. But it's different, and he showed her that it's different. And when she saw Shoko and how he defended her, I think she was like slightly shook, which is why she even more doubled down by running over to Shoko. And if you didn't notice that she reverted to her child self, that moment certainly would give you that hint, because she immediately went to Shoko's face and tried to go for her hearing aids.
Yep.
And when even Shoya was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" She was like, "I was getting her hearing aids so we could throw it around." Like, no business, no nothing, just as if it's something casual. Like, oh, I was just getting this piece of paper from her ground so we can play soccer together.
This
and
go ahead, John.
this reminds me that I don't know exactly how long before, but like before that scene, there was at some point before that scene there was a scene when Shoko was at home, or rather not actually, we go back a tiny bit further. It was shown that she was at like
Doctor, she was at the doctor.
the doctor,
Yeah.
and it was,
I was going to talk about that as well. Yeah.
and you then you kind of figured from seeing the doctor and seeing him talk, like not hearing him talk, but seeing him talk, that there was something of concern. And then you would like right after that see Shoko then lying in her bed at home.
Yeah. And
like-
she wasn't. Yeah. Well, please go on.
And you would then understand that that she seems to have lost hearing on one ear, like completely, it seemed.
Yeah. That actually completely flew over my head all three times I watched the movie. Like, well, no, I mean, I saw the doctor scene. I got it that she lost hearing in one ear, but for some reason I never connected that with her only wearing one hearing aid, and Ueno's surprise at that fact. And now that I think about it, I think maybe I should rewatch that scene. I should rewatch that scene because I may be imagining things. But did Ueno, like, she was surprised, but was it more than just surprise? Was it like I don't know, not compassion, but like, did she feel bad about that? I will need to rewatch that scene to gauge Ueno's reaction.
I think it's a reaction similar to what you would have when you call someone out on their bullshit, because she said, "Oh, she has the pouch from my work. That's so creepy. Don't you think so too?" And he was like, "I gave her that. Like, I gifted her that." And she was immediately silent. She was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
So I think it was more like, oh, backpedaling time.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, next notes I have are this is where Mashiba comes into the movie. Well, a little bit earlier, but this is where he like expresses his desire to be Shoya's friend.
Yeah.
Which the movie, like we said, doesn't really develop Mashiba at all.
No.
So the way I have it in my head, which could be completely wrong, but that's just the way I have it in my head, is due to Mashiba's hatred of bullies. What I imagine is that Mashiba probably saw Shoya, saw what a wreck he is, basically, how he can't look people in the eye and stuff, and he probably figured, oh, he was probably a victim of bullying, so I should probably reach out. And at the moment Mashiba, I forget what exactly he says to Shoya, but I've written it as him giving him a compliment. But he says something nice about Shoya. I don't remember exactly what. But it's kind of infuriating the way Kawai immediately jumps on that and agrees with Mashiba. Oh yeah, of course. Sure,
Oh yeah.
great. Yeah, it gets under my skin so bad.
It was him learning sign language. He was like talking to Shoko, and Mashiba was like, "Oh, you can do sign language. That's so cool." And Kawaii was immediately like, "Oh yeah, that's so cool."
Yeah, it's
something
so
something that I noticed with Kawaii too is in the first scene after the time skip, or in the present, because the grade school part, that was just a flashback, if we're going to talk about it. But her adult self, or her high school self, when we first see her, she has this like, she still looks like her grade school self. She still has the twin tails, she has her glasses, her voice is still a little bit high, and when Shoko, I don't remember which scene it was, but I remember that that at one point Kawaii got her hair different, and Michiba was like, "Oh, this looks so good on you," and she was like, from this very high voice, this very girlish voice, she immediately went to this like sultry, slightly deeper sound, and I was like, "Oh, she is flirting with him on the most passive levels possible."
Yeah.
Because she went from, "Oh, hi, how are you doing?" to, "Well, how are you?" to, that was so, I was like, "What? Girl?"
I didn't even notice that. That's a really good catch.
I noticed that, and because I was like, "Hold on, you sounded different." And even her whole demeanor was like, "Huh? What do you mean?" Like,
I just didn't have time this morning.
Yeah, that's exactly what she says. Yeah. Okay, let's try to keep it moving. We still have quite a bit of movie to go. Yeah. So Shoya and oh my god, Shukhart says, "My guys, I gotta go. But thank you for the stream, and I hope you have a great." Thank you, Shukhart. Thank you so much for sticking around. I know you haven't seen A Silent Voice, so I hope we haven't completely ruined it for you. I don't know how interested you would be in it, but yeah, thank you for sticking around, even though you don't really know what we're talking about.
Yeah, thank you for
I
coming.
really
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Shuhart. Thank you for stopping by.
So yeah. What was I talking about? Yeah. So
Let's move on.
Yeah, Shoya, Kawaii, Ueno, Shoko, Nagatsuka, Mashiba, and am I missing someone? And I think Yuzuru, all basically go out and have fun at the amusement park. And Shoya is having an absolute Yeah. Okay. You know what? It's a deal. I will watch Stardust Crusaders if you watch A Silent Voice. So, bye, Shukhart. Have a nice night.
Oh, Jojo!
Yeah. He's been He's been trying to get me to watch JoJo for years now.
Honestly, you look like a JoJo character.
So yeah, they're having fun at the amusement park, and Shoya is having an existential crisis that are these friends? Am I having fun? Am I allowed to have fun? But then there is the scene with actually no, I don't think it's here. I don't think this is the Ferris wheel scene, but oh yeah. So Ueno tries to tries to get Shoya to meet with Shimada again, his one of his old friends from school, one of the friends who turned on him. And we again, at least this is what I got out of it this time on this watch. What I got out of it was that I kind of pity Ueno. Because she keeps trying to hold on to previous connections and doesn't try to make new ones. Yeah, she tries to hold on to kind of a glory time that she remembers from her childhood, and she's never actually moved on from that. And
nostalgia is a bitch.
Yeah, and seeing Shoya again, and seeing Shoya reconnect with Shoko and with Sakara and with Kawaii to a degree, kind of makes her think, maybe we can all get together again. But she doesn't realize that Shimada has just grown into a different person.
Yeah.
There's no connection to remake there.
No.
And she also hasn't asked him, because later on, after that scene, he's like so shocked, and he's like looking at his friend group. And something that Ueno that she has said was, we were basically the same, and he was like, no, absolutely not. But then he looked at the friend group, and he was like, but haven't I done the same thing here? And in a sense, like this is like a debate thing you could have, but I think in a sense, at first, yes, but after, because he kind of he wanted to have his earthly ties gone and apologize, or at least give Shoko the book back. And what happened is that, but after that, he kind of inserted himself into her life for that bit. But what happened after is that he asked her, do you want to go into contact with someone else from our grade school? And he asked her who she wanted to, in a very roundabout way. And she said Sahara. And there he helped her get connected to that person. And how did Kawaii get into that mix?
Basically just being in the same class as Shoya.
Okay.
and because Mashiba wanted to be friends with Shoya. And Kawaii tags along with whatever Mashiba wants.
Yeah, she basically put on her whole new I'm a good girl persona. And then what happened is that outside of Kawaii, because Kawaii was out of his reach, she does what she wants. If Mishiba wants it, then she will do it too. But Mishiba, he's like a new connection, and he's something that they all need, this new connection. And the same goes to Nagatsuka. He's also a new connection, and he's a great addition to the cast. he's
Absolutely.
not something of a past that has to stay with them. No, they have moved on from certain people. They don't want to go into contact with certain people, and that's appreciated. And even Shoya was like, "Should I connect Ueno and Shoko?" And he had this moment where he had this tiny, this smaller Uno saying him, are you stupid? Of course not." And
Yeah.
he knows her personality's good enough from that time to get that deduction. And he also was like, no, probably not. So
Yep.
and the thing with Uno is she's, as you said, she's stuck in the past. She's kind of tragic in that sense. And what is, she doesn't consult Shoya. She didn't ask him, "Do you want to reconnect with your old friend?"
Yep.
Like he did with Shoko asking, "Do you want to reconnect with someone?"
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the fundamental difference between what Shoya does and what Ueno does.
Yeah.
He tries to reconnect with people himself, and and if he tries to reconnect other people, like two other people together, he will ask.
Yeah.
He will
Yeah.
not just sit them down in a room and tell them, become friends now, which is what Ueno basically did with him and Shimada.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Ueno had that like notion or however to put it that, oh hey, he wants to connect, with people. He probably, maybe he wants to connect with Shimada and his old pals from grade school. And then when he saw Shimada there in the stand, he was like, ah, no, not him.
Yeah,
He had a whole PTSD moment.
And you could
yep,
just see it on his face then there when he then walked away. It was like this kind of like absolute like kind of like I don't know, blank, I don't know how to put it exactly, like this kind
yeah.
of like expression that like really like
It was so
showed
numb.
like kind of in a sense like showed both like emotionless and emotion like at the same time in a way. It was
Yeah,
like this
that
like
was
kind of
yeah.
like fear and like however to put it, and also like absolutely like no idea how for him like yeah, this like absolute mix of emotion expression that just turns it this like blank
It-
kind of blank face.
Yeah. It was right at the peak of Shoya's kind of existential crisis, where he was questioning whether it's even okay to have fun, and just as he was kind of accepting the fact that,
Yeah.
okay, maybe I have friends now, and maybe it's okay to have a little bit of fun.
His
That'll
rehabilitation was immediately stopped with that.
yeah, it
It
all just
backpedaled.
collapsed. Yeah.
All the little building blocks just shattered.
Yeah.
Yep. And then we have one of the best scenes, I'd say, in the movie, and it's probably one of the more underappreciated scenes, but I really liked
Ueno?
it. Yeah, Ueno and Shoko on the
Yeah.
Ferris wheel. It's
It's a
on
scene we
first,
see later on after the whole the group goes to the
yeah.
amusement park.
Yeah, basically, Yuzuru gives Shoko her camera, because that's Yuzuru's thing. She takes photos, but she sneakily turned it on to record a video
Yeah.
when she gave it to her,
Yeah,
because
she
she
used the
wanted
excuse of
to.
saying, "I want to go to the roller coaster. Can you please take this from me so it doesn't get broken?"
I think she asked her to take photos or something.
No,
It
she asked
doesn't
her.
doesn't
No,
really
no,
matter.
no. I have a movie as I have a movie.
Okay.
She
Yeah.
asked.
I
She
could be
asked
wrong.
her. She said, "I want to go to the roller coaster again. Can you please keep it for me?"
Yeah, that actually makes a lot more sense than taking photos, because if she tried to take photos, she'd see that it was recording a video. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, what she gives her the camera. The camera is recording, and I think it's basically the scene immediately after this,
Yeah.
where Yuzuru is at Shoya's place, and they watch the video that she recorded. And what we see is, on first viewing, again, it's something that made me hate Ueno, obviously, and it's very easy to hate her in this moment, because she really does act very, very harshly, Shoko. Basically, she tells her, I don't care about you. I don't want to be friends. I will tolerate you if I have to, but don't get it in your head that we can never be friends.
And I don't care
And
about your situation was also mixed in there.
yeah, yeah. And Shoko tries to. She apologizes as she usually does for everything, and Ueno gets even more upset over that. But it's easy to, and it is also, I think, the correct reaction to say that Ueno was being very, very terrible to Shoko, and it's very understandable that Shoko, with her lack of confidence and stuff, will immediately apologize, and poor Shoko. But I think there's a bit more to this. Like, Shoko's reaction is very understandable, but it's very pitiable, but it's not correct. It's not the best thing you can do in that situation, and it's important to point that out, because we shouldn't just feel for Shoko. We should. I think that's one of the points of the movie. We should be learning from these people's mistakes, and this is one of Shoko's mistakes.
Shoko didn't stand up for herself in Valise, she just apologizes.
That's part of it. That is a big part of it. But I think the bigger issue here is that Ueno doesn't want to see things from Shoko's perspective. She refuses to communicate with her on equal grounds.
Absolutely.
And Shoko does the exact same thing, except she's doing it from below. But she does the exact same thing. She doesn't try to understand Ueno's perspective, why she's so upset, why she doesn't like her. All she thinks is, she doesn't like me because of my disability, because I'm a nuisance. And that is part of it, but it's not really the case. That's not really why she dislikes her. The reason why she really dislikes her is because she's so passive and because she's so quick to take the blame for everything.
She has been so conditioned to take the blame for everything, you could say.
Yeah, of course. No one's.
This is no victim blaming. We're just talking about fictional characters.
Yeah.
Of course. It's hard to blame anyone. It's even hard to blame Ueno to a large extent, because that's what she was shown as a kid works, and it's not later in life, but that's what she was taught in a way from her surroundings. So it's again kind of hard to blame her, even if she's being really terrible.
Line I drop here is only that she when she slapped Shoko, because this was she went over a line that should not have been walked on.
Yeah, I agree.
And that was probably the moment where everyone was like, "Oh, no."
Yeah, my defense of Ueno is more of a devil's advocate thing than it is like completely genuine. It is.
Yeah, don't worry.
It is partly genuine, but it is kind of also devil's advocate. Just because I think it's very. Just because I think it's very easy to hate her, and I think it's kind of missing the point of the character if you just hate her.
The fact that she's also written in that sense that it's so easy to hate her is also kind of good, because you need to have a real passion behind hating.
Oh yeah.
That's something that's also something that's very important to know. But when you take the time to think about the character or analyze them like a little like a frog, then you see more nuance, and I think that's something very special.
Absolutely. I think the only character who I can say that I absolutely dislike is Kawaii.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like in that scene there in the Ferris wheel with the whole like saying "I hate you." I mean, like, yeah, as you like say, like this with a passion and all that. In actuality, like Ueno doesn't like hate Shoko, but rather it's more along the lines of like a dislike.
Yeah, she just really dislikes her.
It's not
I think
she probably would have had an even worse attitude towards Shoko if she actually hated her.
Oh my god, yes.
I think a big part of it is I think Ueno much like Shoya and Shoko has a large degree of disdain for herself. I think she realizes that she is kind of a bad person, and she doesn't like who she is, but she doesn't really know what to do about it.
She
The only thing
doesn't know how to change.
yeah, and she doesn't know what to change into. She doesn't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know what values she has.
And
She
the thing
knows.
is, with Shoya, he was kind of thrown into change due to
Yeah.
being bullied so so extensively.
Yeah, and to an extent, Ueno's damage is even more like sinister in a way because it's subtle. It's background. It's like you don't notice that you're being molded into something like this. It's not like with Shoya and with Shoko where it's very obvious that you have past trauma. With Ueno, it's not something you can point to and say, "Oh, this happened to me, so I have damage." It's very subtle and it's very gradual.
Nothing personnel, kid.
Yeah. My next note is very interesting. It's another F Kawaii with let me
Oh
count
yes.
with 113 U's in the F word.
Nice.
Because this is the scene where after Shoya and Yuzuru watched the video of Ueno and
Oh yeah.
yeah.
With Mashiba, he had a talk.
Well, all of them had a talk really. They all all went to the bridge and
No, before that,
before.
he and Mashiba they walked together in school, and Mashiba was like, so, Shoko was, Shoko was bullied because she was deaf. Damn, that's fucked up. And,
Yeah.
he was like, I cannot stand people who bully others. And,
Yeah.
and that brought Shoya into question if Kawaii drops knowledge because she's the only one beside him in the school who could drop that knowledge. And he confronted her about it in a very civil manner, and she immediately pulled the victim
Yep.
card.
Yeah.
Victim
that's-
card all the
Drop
way.
that bombshell.
Yeah, you're right. That's the scene here. Yeah, that's the 112 U F word for Kawaii.
Good, but I have a movie in the background.
But yeah, Kawaii is pretty horrible. So of course she pulls the victim card as you said.
She conditions herself to be the victim, but not in the way like
yeah.
Shoko does.
Yeah, I think Kawaii believes her bullshit.
Yeah,
I think she
she's a
genuinely
narcissist.
believes her bullshit. I think she really believes that she was the victim here, and that everyone's out to get her, and that everyone like thinks these terrible things about her that are completely untrue.
And the thing is that if you have a talk like this, you should never drop names or places or specific times.
No.
Oh, yeah,
Especially
yeah.
if you're all connected. He was very civil with her. He was pulling her away a little bit, but still close to the class. And probably she walked into class or something, and he asked her. And it was probably, we didn't hear him say, but he was probably asking her if she put all of the dirty clothes up for hanging and all their dirty pasts. And she was so distraught. She was immediately loud. She was like, "Oh, then you haven't changed at all, and I thought you were not a jerk anymore." And then she went into this tangent. And the moment that Mishiba and Nagatsuka came, she went into full detail. She was like popping it off. She was like, "Back then, in grade school, Shoya bullied Nishimiya, and he was so mean, and I tried to stop him, but he would not listen. It was so scary." And we all know, based on the flashback, this was not the case.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
She was one of the main bad mouthers of Shoko. She played the victim card and basically made Shoya into a scapegoat for the whole class. And this is absolutely not the case. And the only person who was like standing mostly with Shoya was Nagatsuka. While Mashiba, he doesn't know him that well, and we don't know him very well too. he was like, "Is that true? Are you serious?"
Yep.
After we
And
had our talk.
Yeah, and my and here's I have actually something there to say about Kawaii. Essentially, she acts in a way that benefits her
oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
to the
She's a narcissist.
Absolutely.
to the detriment of
Of
Shoya
others.
and others. Yeah.
Yep, yep. Everything revolves around her in her head. She's a textbook narcissist, and I don't mean that in the way that's like she is a flat character because she is a textbook narcissist.
No.
She is incredibly subtly portrayed as a narcissist.
Yeah. Usually when you see like narcissists in media, they're like very blatantly into themselves, like you know it. But here she was so into herself that she plays the victim card all the time, that she only gains stuff. And when she loses, she cannot handle that.
She's portrayed so subtly as a narcissist that the first time I watched the movie, I legitimately didn't realize that she had that she had been one of the main bullies of Shoko. Like when she cried and said, "No, I never bullied her," I genuinely wondered, wait, was she or wasn't she?
Oh
Because
no,
she
I
is,
was I noticed that from moment one.
I don't know. For me, it kind of flew over my head the first time I watched, and so I watched the entire movie with the thought in my head. So was she really a bully or wasn't she really a bully? And after watching it a second time, I noticed it. It was very obvious on the second watching, but on the first, it was very subtle.
Yeah.
It was so subtle that she could so easily put the victim card down. And no one
Yeah,
is like, no, that you did that and that in the daylight.
Yeah, and she's so convincing when she turns on the waterworks that you start to question, even though you've seen it with your own eyes that she's done some terrible things, she's so convincing that you kind of question it. Maybe I didn't see it properly. Maybe I misconstrued the scene.
And the thing is, I noticed that with Ueno's scene where she said she hated Shoko, and Shoko was like, "I hate myself."
Yeah.
But she said, "I don't need to. Don't pull out the notebook. We are going to talk, and I will talk slowly." I have a feeling that she didn't want the notebook there because then she doesn't have any physical evidence.
Maybe.
Because saying that you hate someone and that you want to just exist and tolerate each other as two people who hate each other, if you have that, you can pretty much kick someone out of a group.
Yeah, maybe the way I see it, at least, that could be true. That could very well be true. My perspective on it is a little different, though. I think it's more to show just how unwilling Ueno is to communicate with Shoko on
Also
on
that,
equal
yeah.
grounds.
She denies the communication, but
Yeah.
I also think that if she doesn't have anything written down, if Shoko wanted it to, but she would never wanted to, she could have just pulled that up and said, "Hey, she hates me and she said all that bad stuff about me. Let's kick her out of a group."
Yeah, that's a very fair interpretation.
It could be
of events.
double-sided. It could be double-sided.
Absolutely, yeah. That's not the way I read it, but it's absolutely a way that I could see it being intended, for sure.
Thanks. Anyways, back to Kawaii dropping the bombshell and giving Shoya PTSD so much that he feels nauseous and runs away.
Yeah,
And closes
then
himself
everyone
off again in the typical the way that causes the crosses again to appear.
Yeah, and this is another one of the key scenes in the movie where everyone gathers on the bridge again, and everyone is at each other's throats, basically. But here is again one of the hints that I think Ueno has a bit more going for her than it first appears. Kawaii is laying into Shoya, and Ueno is the only person who stands up to her and tells her, you're full of crap. You did the exact same thing he did. Like
Yeah,
don't
absolutely.
pretend to be don't pretend to be holier than thou here to be the victim of all of this. You're just as full of shit as he is.
Don't pretend to be free of sins.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that was really cool. That was on this third viewing of the movie. That scene really it was really cool.
I think it's also a good characterization for her because compared to Kawaii, she has these delusions of being a victim when she was actually a perpetrator. But Uno knows what she did, and she is at least
Yeah.
able to admit that. She's
Yeah,
at least able to
absolutely.
say, "Yeah, I did that."
Absolutely, it's kind of the question of whether you prefer like someone to lie to you with a smile on their face, or to tell you the truth. Both people are bad, but it's better to be to have at least the person in front of you be honest with what they're doing.
Absolutely, and I think Kawaii was like, "I didn't bully her like you did, like you all did, or something,"
Yeah,
and Una was like, "Don't pretend to be Barry. We all did that." And Kawaii was
yeah,
immediately catching to the we.
yeah. Oh
She
yeah, she
was
did. Yeah, she did
she
say
immediately
we.
caught to the we. She immediately caught the we, and she was like, "We? I never bullied Shoko." And Uno then dropped the next bombshell, but on Kawaii. It was so satisfying to see her go so distressed.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
I never bullied her. Oh, shut the fuck up, you did.
Yeah, yeah. Did since you've got the movie open, did Ueno use we when she was talking
Yeah,
about the bullying?
she did we. She used we. Wait. I'm going to pull it up now. I'm going
Like,
back to the scene.
I think I remember Shoya saying we, but I'm not sure if Ueno did. If Ueno said
I
we,
think
that's
Uno said it first. I think Uno said
oh,
it first.
that's even better. That's even better than what I noticed when I watched it, because that means that is admission from Ueno that she's fully aware of the shit that she did.
She also put all the fault on Shoya. She said, "I'm sorry for what happened before, but it was all your fault to begin with."
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, Shoya has
I have the
a
scene right. I have the scene right on, and she says, "Still, Mashiba said I should forgive you if you apologize to Nishimiya." Like, damn. She only
yeah.
does fix if not Mashiba says it.
Yep. So basically, Shoya has a breakdown, and he tells everyone about the worst thing he can think at that moment.
Yeah.
Like he calls out Kawaii for being for
For being a narcissist.
yeah, for being a narcissist, and for being oh my god, I forget the word I'm looking for. Double faced, I guess. Like
Ah, yes.
yeah, and he tells off Sahara, tells her that she's just gonna run away from this like she does from everything else, and then she's gonna cry about it. He tells Mashiba to go away because
He's an outsider.
he's an outsider. What he doesn't belong in that group. He tells Nagatsuka that what exactly did he tell Nagatsuka? I think he told him.
He told him that he barely knows anything about him.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what? Yeah. So why
Yeah.
should he have any say in this? Basically.
Yeah, and he tries then, and it's very subtle here. Well, it's not that subtle, but it's a really nice touch that Shoya does this entire thing while holding his face in his arms. So Shoko can't hear him, can't see his expression, can't
See his
can't see
mouth
what he
movement.
says. Yeah, so she's completely in the blind of what he's saying. And I'm
And
not sure if
what did he say to Naoka again?
to Naoko, I don't remember what exactly
I think he said to stop controlling people or something.
maybe I don't remember what he told her specifically.
Okay, Uno said, "What right do we have to criticize him?" And then Kawaii said, "We. You've got it wrong now." And she went asked, "What did I get wrong?" Like me, you went out of your way to bully Nishimiya. So this is interesting. This is interesting because she says, "Unlike me," which could mean she was she only puts herself as a onlooker at best.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's Kawaii's entire MO.
That's her entire shtick.
Plays
Yep.
innocent.
And this is actually when the visual metaphor of the bridge really hit me. When everyone walked off the bridge in different directions, like they were disconnected at that point. They were no longer in each other's lives, I suppose.
You could say they were mentally parting with each other.
Yeah. So Shoya tries to salvage things with Shoko, like pretend that nothing happened. And
Basically turns into the Nagatsuka for her. Because he was so overly energized.
yeah, pretty much. But before that, actually, on the bridge, he tries to pretend like everything's fine with Shoko, but Shoko is absolutely having none of that, because she saw, even if she doesn't know exactly what he said, she knows enough.
You could see the replies.
Yeah, that he pushed everyone away, and she's not having that. But then we have the scene where Grandma Nishimiya passes away.
Oh yeah.
And
It was also so sad because she and
Yuzuru.
she and Yuzuru had a moment of tenderness, and Yuzuru is taking care of her sister basically, and doesn't care for herself in that sense. But the grandma's like, you have to take care of yourself too. If not, grandma is currently taking care of you. And it's not like you're a burden on me. It's more like you should love yourself a bit more. And there she's like, but you don't go to senior citizen meets, but instead go to learn sign language. And the grandma's like, yeah, I'm old enough. I can do whatever I want.
Well, she says, well, I do that for myself.
Yeah.
And so Yuzuru just plays the same card and says, well, I take care of Shoko for myself.
Yeah. And they have this moment where they eat a little bit before sleeping, then they share a bed, and that's where Yuzuru has this nightmare, and it's basically a flashback at the same time, because I think this is where Shoko got pushed into the she didn't get pushed, but she was moved to the fountain where her notebook was dropped by Shoya. And she came home, and this is like this scene where she grabs her hand and made the notion of killing herself. And based on the perspective and the size, this was Yuzuru. She told that. So she had to witness her bigger sister wanting to kill herself at a very young age.
Yeah.
And
Volechny, go to sleep. Volechny,
go to sleep,
to bed.
Go to sleep.
You can see that I stretched because of my model movement.
Yeah.
And there's also apparently, this is the reason why she takes photography of dead animals. We didn't drop that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
She makes photography of dead animals. Why did I say that in a Valley Girl voice? She makes photography of dead animals.
That is way too good of a Valley Girl accent.
I didn't actually notice that while watching that was the subject of her photos. Oh.
There was like dead bugs, pigeons, and other stuff. She even photographed a dead frog on the side of a road when she was
Oh, that completely flew over my head. That's why she threw away all the photos.
Yeah, she said, this is for later on, but small spoiler. She said after Nishimiya jumped that, and Shoya basically took the role, that she wanted to put them all up so that Shoko knows what death is like and doesn't desire it anymore. I said it much more eloquently and more prettily, but basically she says that.
Man, there's so much, and I'm sure if I watch it a couple of more times, I'm gonna see even more stuff I missed. There's
She
so
was
much
like,
in
I
this
don't
movie.
want my big sister to die, so I want her to see death how it's like.
Yeah,
Like just rotting.
Man, the part where she threw away her photos really kind of confused me, but now it makes so much sense.
You had a moment of mind blown.
Yeah. It really clicked in my head.
So let's continue on.
Yeah, let's
I'm actually,
continue on.
We're basically in the last We're basically in the last 40 minutes.
Oh my god.
and I had one thing to say there. That funeral scene or like that part there, like you really like you noticed. Did you notice that it was the mother, right? That was seen crying.
Yeah, it was a mom.
Yeah.
It was based on her kimono? I don't know, her kimono, I'm going to say that.
Yeah.
It was based on her kimono because she was the only one who wore one, and Shoko wore a normal black dress with her hair up, and Yuzuru went in her uniform.
Yeah, because like when you saw her cry, one feels like like I was like, oh wow, like you saw this different like side of her in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Grief can put a different side on people.
yeah, because like all other appearances like beforehand of you've seen of her, she was like this like harsh kind of person,
Yep.
like very like stern or however to put it in her like expression.
Stoic.
Yeah, very stoic, yeah.
Yeah.
Seeing that wall crumble away, but certainly put into perspective of how much she also loved her mom, you could say. I think it was
Yeah.
her mom. It could also be her husband's mom, but given how there's no husband, I would say they're divorced, so it's probably
It's
her
probably
mom.
the mom, yeah. But yeah, that grandma's death really it hit me harder
shook
this
the
time
family.
than yeah, and it hit me harder than it did on previous watches. On previous watches was it kind of came out of nowhere for me, but this time I don't know, something clicked this time. It was a lot more powerful than I remember it being. And maybe
The fact that the
our-
funeral was also, the music over it was also so quick, it was so hectic, and you could probably see the inner lives of the characters in that moment. And because it was a foreign experience for both of them, probably, for Shoko and Yuzuru, to have someone pass away.
yeah.
And then it goes to a slower moment where Yuzuru and Nishimiya are alone, and they have this butterfly moment.
Yeah, sure.
Why am I doing the music analysis? I'm not a music person.
This is something I wanted to point out as well. I am so obviously I'm a music person. I noticed
Thanks, music
that's
person.
I noticed that stuff a lot, but it's very weird to me that that my favorite movie doesn't actually have a soundtrack that I enjoy that much. I think
Wow.
I think it's perfectly serviceable. I think it does its job very well, but it's nothing that stands out to me.
I've
None
once-
of it is.
You go on.
Yeah, none of it really stands out, and really I can't really point at any of the soundtrack as being, oh my god, this is so good. And it's really
Really?
surprising to me because and it's really surprising to me because usually the music plays a huge role in how much I enjoy a given movie or show or whatever. And not even the title track, not title track, but not even the main theme, like Lit, I think it was called.
Yeah. That one?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the piano one.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
A
that
lot of
one, yeah.
piano.
Yeah. I mean, it's good, but I don't know. It's nothing that amazing. And I'm really surprised by this. But I'm surprised that the movie could be this impactful for me, even though I'm not a big fan of the soundtrack.
So the thing is that what I want to say is that I've watched a video by a music person. That's not you. I watched a video by a music person, and they said based on research that the music was done very interestingly, and the music, the piano bits, they weren't done outside the piano; they were done inside. So these little sounds you hear at times, those are actually the sounds inside the piano, like the little knobs and so turning and getting down
Oh,
and the changes and the soundtrack should apparently be based on the look of very uncertain paintings where it's slightly dark but it has this very strong light and it gives this very beautiful part. I don't know how it was called, but I just knew that that I was like, wow,
yeah.
this is amazing. And the next part was that they added these times where static came in, or these like glitching moments, where it seemingly passed by and had these jumping cuts, but it's apparently to illustrate how Shoko experiences the world. How
No, that's pretty cool.
she doesn't get all the sounds and it's kind of mechanic too because of the hearing aid she has in one of her ears.
Yeah, that's pretty cool for sure. No, I'm not saying I'm absolutely not saying that the soundtrack is bad. It is by no means bad. It is very good.
Absolutely not.
It's just not as good as I would expect for a movie that I love this much.
I honestly love the soundtrack, which is why I find it interesting that you're a music person don't love it as much.
No, it's a
Because
matter of it's a matter
because
of taste.
sometimes I listen, I just when I'm like, oh, I need a soundtrack to listen to for this sad moment in I don't know, a drawing or I'm writing something or I'm just wanting to feel sad or something. I listen to Koe no Katachi's soundtracks all the time or Violet Evergarden. And my favorite from the soundtrack
Oh,
is
yeah.
PRC. And I have to look at it again. Wait.
Just to be clear, I 100% agree on the Violet Evergarden soundtrack. That soundtrack is incredible.
Yeah, and whenever I hear one certain Ast, I cry. I'm just like, it's FRC, the other one, and it's the one at the balcony scene.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah,
That
because
one's very good. Yeah, that one's very
that
good.
one's good. This is like whenever I want something hectic going on, when I want to be fast, I need that adrenaline. I need that adrenaline.
We should really move on.
We should move on.
Let's see.
Where were we? At the funeral. We
so
were at the funeral.
we were at the funeral. Yeah, we talked about the funeral. So the next thing is Shoya was, I think, kind of sort of inspired by Yuzuru putting on a brave face and like putting on her uniform and trying to present the person she wanted her grandmother to. Well, yeah, the person her grandmother wanted her to be, like someone more responsible, someone who actually goes to school, who wears her uniform and is more respectable in a way. I think it's kind of close after this that she throws away her photos, or actually that I think that
No,
was
it's much
after.
later. It's much
Yeah,
later.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
after the
yeah. That's later.
balcony.
Yeah,
It's after
that's
the
later.
balcony.
But yeah, Shoya gets kind of inspired, I think, by that, and he tries to basically become, as you said, the Nagatsuka of the group,
Yeah.
of the 3-person group, and he starts dragging them around, going to places to hang out and to have fun. I have a note here. Let me just read it real quick.
I
Oh
think he's
yeah,
trying
and
to
then
overcompensate.
we have Shoya and Shoko's kind of sort of date.
Oh yes,
Yeah, and
the one at the Weird Art Museum.
yeah, that one. And that entire sequence is it's a masterclass in visual storytelling to me. It they barely speak, and it shows you so much. Like
Yeah,
the fact that they barely speak already shows you a lot because they're not communicating. The fact that while one is running ahead, the other one is falling behind, that also shows you something. And then this is actually, I think, the second or even the third time where one of them reaches a hand for the other, and they can't, and their hands don't touch.
yeah, they can reach each other.
Yeah, and
It's good foreshadowing.
it's not only good foreshadowing, which it absolutely is, but it's also a really great way to visually tell the story that they still can't really reach each other. They still can't really communicate.
You're still not able to have this bridge for each
Yeah.
other.
Yeah.
Bridge allegory. So yeah, that
Uh,
was also a moment where Shoka was like saying sorry again and said that if he could continues to have like spending time with her, then bad luck will be on his side or something.
yeah,
Like a
yeah, she
prophecy.
yeah, she basically tells him that he's better off without her.
Yeah.
And again, that is coming back again to the communication thing. That is her shutting down communication before it can even start, because she reasons that it's better to not even start because it's better for everyone that she's not in their life.
I think it's also because that at that moment, like when Shoya, when his friends left, or basically when he when he made them leave, um, maybe that's where she was like, realizing that this moment where she was like, oh, everything is turning into ashes because of me. Maybe
Yep,
it's better if I die.
yep.
Maybe that's where
That was
she was like, where she had her own suicide moment.
yeah, yeah. And we're actually very close to that moment now.
Yeah, we're
Let's see.
very close.
Next is actually the scene where the part where Shoya is being very very hyper. This is
Nagatsuka.
yeah, yeah. He's being the Nagatsuka of the group. And then we are at the fireworks festival.
Yeah.
Where actually before that, Yuzuru and Shoko invite Shoya over for their mom's birthday.
Oh yeah,
Which which I don't know why I don't have any notes for that, but I just remember that from the fireworks festival. But yeah, that's a really cool scene.
Yeah.
That's a really nice scene.
it also showed a little bit of progression between Shoya and the mom, that they can
Yeah,
also that the mom sees that Shoya isn't just this boy who's like bringing trouble and stuff. He's also he's a good influence at times too if he wants.
Yeah.
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 Go
Because
ahead, Chad.
yeah, because actually, I'm gonna, excuse me. You see there in that like scene when she comes in, she's showing this like hostility towards him, but then like user is like, yeah, no, like look, like we baked a cake together and like all that, like, and then they sat down and ate it, and you saw that like, yeah, she kind of accepts him in a way, like he's like, yeah, fine, whatever, okay, he can be here
Yeah,
for this.
Yeah,
she's okay. She's okay with tolerating him for that moment. Yeah, she's starting to uh, kind of accept that her daughters are friends with him.
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, then we have the fireworks scene.
Cake looked so good too.
Oh yeah, the cake looks
Yeah.
amazing. I mean,
And
everything in the movie looks amazing. So
Yeah.
and we found out how old how old Shokan Yusuru's mother is.
Oh yes.
And
MILF
oh yeah,
certified.
and from that we
oh, yeah.
we can assume that Shoya's mother is probably somewhere around that age too.
MILF certified. Reblock.
Like, what was
But yeah. Next is
so-
the festival.
Yeah, next is the fireworks festival, where basically Yuzuru and Shoko again invite Shoya with them to a fireworks festival, and their mom is against it, but she is at this point she can tolerate Shoya's presence.
All right.
Yeah, and they basically just watch the fireworks, and there's a really nice moment where Shoko. She basically explains without words. She explains to Shoya the way she likes to experience fireworks, which is by closing her eyes and just feeling the explosions, the heat, and the shockwave of the fireworks.
You could see it in
It's-
her little cup, how
Yeah.
how there were little waves, and she perceives the world that way.
Yeah, and it's really cool. It's a really really cool scene.
The scene before that was there was like a scene where you could see the people, a whole like the whole guests who came to the festival. And then you could hear the bustle and tussle, and it's normal. But then you see this moment of Nishimiya just being alone, and everything is silent.
Yeah.
And I think that was a good thing to also show, because that showed her not only her mental state, but also how she, in another sense, also perceives the world. How her hearing has gone to that side. Because when she was younger, she could still use on I don't know which side it was, but she could still use 2 hearing aids. But now she only wears 1.
Yeah. And she doesn't really experience the bustle as other people do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
She's very isolated, you could say.
yeah, for sure. And so after they watch, well, they don't even finish watching the fireworks. Shoko just gets up and says she needs to go study, which Shoya is understandably immediately suspicious of. But yeah, she gets up, she leaves. She's about to leave when she turns around to say bye to Shoya, and he signs to her, "See you later." Like
Yeah. She signed to him, "Thank you for coming," or something. And she was like, "Thanks." And
yeah,
because
I'm not sure.
Because I think if she said bye, then it wouldn't make sense.
I think she says goodbye there. I'm not sure.
No. I think it was. Wait. No, yeah, you're right. I'm stupid. You're right. She said goodbye. And he was like, "Oh, see ya," and she just bows and went.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously he gets a bit suspicious over that, and he decides to go over to her place.
It was because of Yuzuru. She was like, "Oh, can you please get my camera? I forgot it."
Oh yeah.
It's the lifesaver here.
Yeah. That's true. User wants her camera to snap photos. Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. She was like, "Oh, can you please get my camera?"
Yeah, check the Discord.
Yeah. Lend your hands and tap your right hand to your left wrist. Bring it upwards. Imagine you're thanking them for lifting a crossing gate for you, so you can move forward. It's so sweet.
Oh, that's cool. That is really
it's so
cool.
Sweet.
Yeah,
I remember
really cool.
I remember the thank you sign because she also signed it to him after getting the notebook.
Yeah. So he tells her, "See you later." Like, well, literally, like, "See you tomorrow."
Yeah, see you later, as in see you in tomorrow, like a week or something.
Yeah, I think he says "Mata ashita," which is basically like "see you tomorrow," but it's kind of a again tomorrow. It's the literal translation, but it basically means "see you later." It implies that you will see that person again.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to see them again.
Yeah, that you will see them again. Whereas her response is just "thank you," and she leaves. So yeah, he goes back to the apartment to get Yuzuru's camera.
Yeah.
And that is the climax of the movie, where he sees Nishimiya standing on the what's it called?
Railing.
Yeah, on the railing of the balcony, getting ready to jump. He again tries to reach her, and this time he finally manages to.
Yeah.
This is finally, after all those times where they try to catch each other, he finally manages to catch her, and it's really cathartic, but it's also really heartbreaking because they finally reach each other, and then he falls.
Yeah, and in that moment he had like an inner monologue where he was like, basically he was saying his praise to God, where he said, "Just give me 1 more ounce of strength. I will be a better person. I will be honest with people. I will have courage to talk with people. I will look them in the face. I will look them in the eyes." And he got that little ounce of strength again, but as he pulled her up, he fell down. And that was like such a extreme moment, and the portrayal of how he fell down was also interesting because we saw him falling in that scene, but we didn't see him crash. What happened instead was this dream sequence where this egg got broken into this bowl, and his mom was making him pancakes and saying, "Oh, come on, sit down, get your pancake, get your breakfast." And then we see him in the water, and he describes his experience where everything is cold, but he is warm.
Yeah, so
Actually,
this
Yeah, go ahead, John.
yeah, so this whole like apartment, this scene here, like with the apartment and this whole apartment scene with Shoko on the
Yeah.
there on the balcony, like yeah, it hits hard.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He also
it
called
hits
her the
very
whole
hard.
time only Nishimiya. That's what also hits you. She has only been called Nishimiya instead of Shoko. By
Yeah.
him, at least.
And yeah, this is where he finally calls her Shoko for the first time.
This is the moment of true communication between them.
Yeah, that's exactly what him reaching her is a metaphor for, which is great. But I'm actually pretty sure that I didn't catch this the first time, and I'm still not 100% convinced it's the correct interpretation. But I am pretty sure it's the correct interpretation. I don't think he falls in water. The water thing is a metaphor, and is a yeah. I'm pretty sure.
They literally tell he gets pulled out of the water. They literally say that in the hospital.
Oh,
They
you're right.
do.
Yeah.
They
You're right.
do.
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Confused
You're
for
right.
a moment.
No. You're right. I'm an idiot.
No, don't worry. Don't worry. That's okay.
I was just kind of confused why he would get so hurt if he fell into water.
You forgot.
I figured it was more of it was. I mean, it is still a callback to previously falling in water for sure.
It's a callback, but water gets very hard after a few kilometers.
Yeah, that's very true.
Even a few meters alone, it gets very hard.
Because like
good point.
Take
note if you like.
No, I accept that I'm an idiot on this point.
I mean, you accept your title of Boo Boo the Fool.
Yes, you guys are completely correct. I was wrong on this.
Well, at least we can say this for certain. At least we know for a fact it was at least a few stories that fall.
Yeah.
Because you saw him like like before. A bit before, like
he did a big old splash.
Like I mean like before that, like when he was going to the apartment, you saw him go up this flight of stairs.
Yeah,
and his fall was also not short. You could also look down because he wanted to pull up Shoko, and he was able to look down. This did not look like the second story, but did not look like it. 4th, 5th, maybe.
Yeah. No. You guys are right.
Don't worry.
No, like I said, there's still stuff that
I was so confused because you were so sure about that.
That was like, my bad.
What?
No, and then when you mentioned that they actually said who pulled him out, and I remember that they actually said that. It's definitely real.
But they said like it was said that it was Shimada and the others who pulled him out.
Yeah, Shimada was one of the people who pulled him out.
People he didn't.
Who the other person was. I'm sorry, Rin, I couldn't hear you.
It was basically the people he didn't want to connect with that pulled him out.
Yeah, which is a nice touch.
Yeah.
And then we have.
But anyhow, I have one more thing there. As I said, like as I mentioned, that scene like hits hard, but that's also the scene that really got me to like start crying.
Oh yeah, we should mention this. We had kind of it wasn't really a bet, but we kind of compared notes on if the movie made us cry and when it made us cry. This is Jad's moment. Mine comes shortly after.
Yeah, yours comes shortly after.
How about you, Rin? Actually, you didn't say anything about that.
Oh, I saw the movie 4 times, so I'm pretty good at holding it back.
I see. Okay.
I think I saw it even more because I sometimes, when I have like a moment where I need to cry, where I just feel very emotional. I'm like, I have so many emotions in my body. I need it out. I just pull up a very sad scene from a movie or from
Yeah.
Violet Evergarden. Like
Yeah,
sometimes there are
also,
just those days.
yeah, also a good choice for sure.
And
So,
I'm kind of desensitized, but I still get very teary-eyed at when he begs to God, because I kind of, I don't know why, but I thought he was an atheist. I don't know why. I believe
well,
for the longest time he was an atheist, and then he was like, I beg to God, and I was like, oh God. Oh shit. I was like, this is real.
so
And the moment where he's like, where this dream sequence is of I think, I don't know if this is like Nishimiya dreaming it or him, but where he was like, where they had this moment of how could everything be if it was different, and he also said goodbye to Nishimiya, and that made me so, that always made me so cry. But I was like, oh. And when they both chase for each other, where they both run for the person they want to be. For Shoko example, she runs over to Nishimiya, but she's stuck at the bridge basically. And he runs over to her and goes to the bridge. And
that's
where she even screams, she has this moment of crying, and I just cry with
that's a
her.
bit later. That's a little bit later.
That's a little bit later, but we're already
Yeah.
over the point.
But I just want to not miss the point where I cried, which is to me still the most powerful scene in the movie, even though it's not thematically the most powerful, but just I don't know. Since we talked about how stoic Shoko's mom is, and
Yeah.
how she never breaks. She's always this. She always has this stony expression on her face, and she's always so hard. But there's a scene shortly after Shoya falls, and he's apparently going to be okay.
He's in
they
the
say as
hospital,
much.
yeah.
Yeah, he's in the hospital, but they say they're moving him to a less intensive room, and he's going to be okay. But that's when Shoko, Yuzuru, and their mom arrive, and
And only Yuzuru and Shoko's mom at that moment.
yeah, that's true. Shoko is yeah. We'll talk about her as well.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah, but they go up to Shoya's mom, and Shoya's mom first reaction is like, I'm sorry, my son caused trouble for you. And we see Shoko's mom get on her hands and knees and press her forehead against the ground to apologize for
And
what
Yuzuru
her,
did the same.
yeah, and Yuzuru did the same to apologize for what Shoko did, and for endangering basically Shoya's life. And it's such a powerful scene. Like just thinking about it is can get me teary eyed.
Because also Shoya's mom, she went also teary-eyed. She was like, please,
Yeah.
please just stand up again. She's
Yeah.
You could hear it in her voice that she was about to cry.
The voice
Amazing.
acting in that scene is just
Amazing.
it's incredible. But yeah, while that is happening, behind the hospital, or I imagine it's behind the hospital.
Yeah, it's probably behind.
Shoko is being accosted by Ueno for what happened. Well, not accosted, actually, being beaten up by Ueno. And again, Ueno is kind of having the right feelings, but not
Not the right actions.
not expressing them in the right way
Yeah.
at all. So she has to get pulled off first by Shoko's mom, and then by Shoya's mom, until they all like disperse, and Shoko apologizes as well in a very similar way, where if I hadn't cried at the previous scene, I would definitely cry at this one.
And the thing is actually that caught me so off guard when I first watched that is that Shoko's mom, she's actively going to the root of the problems instead of trying to have her kids toughen up themselves and hoping they can do it themselves. She's actively going to Ueno and beating her ass.
Yeah, yeah, sure. And shortly after this, we have the bridge scene, where Shoko basically has a dream, I suppose, of
Rather
Shoya.
dreamlike.
Yeah, and she runs out, and she just wants to she just wants to make sure he's really safe and that he's really going to be okay.
But he
So
doesn't die.
yeah, and so she goes to the bridge where they've been so many times, and she screams out. And again, I've written down just how incredible Shoko's VA is.
She's amazing.
Yeah, and Shoya wakes up at around the same time. It's movie convenience, I suppose, but
Yeah.
but it's
Do not
earned.
question it.
But no. It is convenience. It is a little bit contrived, but the movie has more than earned this moment.
Yeah, this is like one moment in a pile of so many more greater scenes.
Yeah. Everything is so real up to this point. It's allowed a tiny bit of like
Still have this little
movie magic. Yeah. And so Shoya runs over to the bridge to meet with Shoko, and of course his first reaction is basically to apologize to her again. But but this is when he finally realizes that he never actually apologized for what he did to her when they were in school.
I think he realized that while he was pulling her up, because he
Yeah.
looked at her ear and he saw the wound. He was like, "Did I ever apologize for that?"
Yeah.
This little existential moment that you didn't notice yourself in the whole movie, because I did not notice that.
Yeah. Same. I never noticed that, but both of them finally try to really genuinely communicate with each other and really get to understand what the other person is like and what they're going through and what they're trying to say. And again, massive props to Shoko's VA, because
Absolutely.
the way she wants to say everything all at once, and she's stumbling over her words, and her speech is already very hard to understand. It's just incredible. And another note I have here that's I will read it verbatim. It's kind of short, but I absolutely love the restraint that the movie has with regard to Shoya and Shoko's romantic feelings for each other, because I think it's pretty obvious that they have romantic feelings for each other. Like we didn't mention, but it was also a pretty important scene that we didn't mention. Shoko at one point
Confessed her love.
Yeah, confesses her love for Shoya, but
Shoya thinks she said moon.
Yeah, because she's trying to say ski, but she ends up, because of her difficulty in speaking, says something more close to ski, which is moon.
She wants to say daisuki, I think, but she only gets out ski. So he only understood the moon out of there.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And there's also the component that even if she had said, like, even if she had spoken it in perfect Japanese, like he understood every syllable, he probably still wouldn't have understood what she meant, simply because the concept of
his self-worth is below the ground.
Yeah, exactly. But I just want to point out how incredible the restraint the movie has with regard to that, because a lesser movie would have ended with them like kissing or something like that.
Yeah.
And while as a fan of the movie and as someone who absolutely adores these characters, I want to see them together so much, but I realize that seeing that would not be worth it.
It's also because they have something much more greater in that sense, because this entire experience, this is not like something a romance movie should be made of. This is not. This is more personal. This is more raw. This is more deep, you could say. It's more broken and damaged, and just embracing that it's just a experience by itself that should not be tied to romance alone. It should be tied to every kind of relationship, like parental, friendship, or like, as I said, it's just so much deeper and more raw, and it's
Absolutely.
and just giving it a romance treatment, I think it would go against the thing that it tries to portray.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, but like now I recalled it. I was thinking like, wait, there was something that there was something that was said in that bridge scene. What was it? I was sitting here thinking, and then I realized like, yeah, they were talking something about like help me live or whatever. Like, you know.
Yeah. They were trying to help each other live.
Yeah.
It's basically suicide prevention for both of them.
Kind of, yeah.
It sounds ridiculous, but it's basically that, because if they are the reason why the other is still alive and keeps alive the other, then they make sure that none of them go to the news.
Yeah. They're both each other's kind of tether to life in a way.
And in
They're safety net.
Yeah.
And in a roundabout way, you could kind of, I guess, see it as
It's romantic.
Yeah, like this, like kind of like confession of.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, in a roundabout way.
Yeah.
I mean, like I've spoken to another friend about this, and he's also a huge fan of the movie.
Oh yeah.
But his interpretation was a bit different from mine. Though I will firmly assert that mine is probably more correct. At least I want it to be more correct. That's why I'm so firm on it. But the way he interprets things is that they kind of move away from romance with each other. That they had that moment for a little bit, but then it was more important for them to just be friends than to be romantically involved. My interpretation personally, again, this is personal. This is not something that I think is. It's obviously not spelled out in the movie, so it's up to anyone's interpretation. But I feel like their romance is probably something that occurs after the movie ends.
Yeah, because it's also because that Shoya, his as I said, his self-worth is just below ground level. And he couldn't even fathom that people want to be with him as friends.
Yeah.
So how could he fathom a girl wanting to be with him romantically? He would first need to go to therapy. Actually, they both need to go to therapy.
I think the bridge scene is probably the moment after which they would be both open to something like that. But there's not a lot of movie left, and there's
Not a lot of
there's more stuff to do. That's a little bit more important currently.
I mean, hey, Lord of the Rings are 3 hours long. Why not try that?
I would. It would be so indulgent and so unnecessary and such blatant fan service. But I would absolutely love it if they put out like a tiny 5-minute short of Shoya and Shoko just being shown happy together.
Yeah. We just want them to be happy and get therapy.
Yeah. So yeah, the next thing that happens. Let me just check my notes real quick.
Beat up of Shoko. That's where we stood.
Yeah.
Yeah. But basically they get pulled apart, and Shoko goes on a crusade to get the gang back together, basically, including Ueno, which
is hard.
Which is very hard, but she manages it through.
It's as hard as my answer.
Through a lot of persistence, just waiting for her after work. Not after work, after the hospital closes, because Ueno is the one.
He barricades the door.
Yeah, she is the one who primarily takes care of Shoya, because his mom is at work and.
Even Nagatsuka cannot go inside.
Yeah. Even Nagatsuka is not let inside.
I was like, you sure about Shoko I can understand, but what do you have against him? He's his bestie.
But that's again something great about Ueno as a character, because she has a job, but
Gender
apparently
equality.
but apparently she's not going to her job so
She did.
she can take care of Shoya,
She said
which is
no
really
job.
cool. Yeah. And yeah, so Shoko goes around and gathers up the gang, including Kawaii, including Mashiba,
That was
including
so.
Sakura, and everyone. And Shoya is
The
finally.
Kawaii scene showed how much she's still in that victim phase.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. But even she has a little bit of development by the end.
Yeah.
A little bit.
It's like a smidge. It's like a flick of
Yeah.
a wrist.
Yeah, I even wrote down, "God damn it, film! Don't try to make me like Kawaii."
Don't try to make us like a narcissist.
Yeah, yeah. Well, there is. Look, the movie is nothing if not hopeful. So
Yeah.
maybe Mashiba might be able to like make a better person out of her.
Nah, it's not his job.
But yeah, we see Ueno taking care of Shoya basically the entire time,
Yeah.
and Shoko goes around gathering the entire gang together. And there's then the scene of actually, I keep missing this part because I'm too busy like getting my shit together from the previous scenes. But this is their graduation, right?
No, this
Oh,
is
no.
just a festival. This is just a.
it's just a
a
festival?
autumn festival, I guess.
Oh, I guess that's why I keep missing what it is, because it's barely mentioned what it is.
I've put something into the Discord.
I ain't changing shit, bitch. Go to therapy. Yeah. That's basically Kawaii. So yeah, they're going to a school festival together.
To
And-
Shoya School's festival.
Yeah, and this is Shoya's first time out of the hospital after getting discharged, and everyone's together, and
Yay.
we have a short scene of like Kawaii trying to be very nice and making like, what was it, 100 cranes?
No,
100,
1,000 cranes.
yeah,
It's something-
1,000.
1,000 cranes, and I think if it's 1,000, it's like for better health or luck. I don't know. I just
Yeah.
know you give it to people in hospitals.
Yeah, and she was obviously working hard on that because she had made quite a lot of them.
Yep.
Yeah, she didn't reach all of them, but she said that she nearly got them.
Yeah, and she was very apologetic about not being able to make all 1,000 of them, which was.
She also returned
you know,
to her old self. She didn't.
Oh, yeah,
she didn't
that's
keep
true.
up the vixen persona.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Did you call it the fiction persona?
I wanted to say persona, but I mixed them up. My mind just doesn't work. I wanted to say persona.
Yeah. Okay. So
My mind just saw, oh, vixen, it's an animal, so it's a
Yeah.
persona.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, speaking of on topic of Kawaii, like I was scrolling through GIFs, silent voice
God.
GIFs on they're from the GIF selector on Discord, and this came up.
What the fuck? I'm literally, why is this bitch talking?
Yeah, to explain
my
to everyone watching, because we're just laughing at a GIF you can't see. It's a GIF of Kawaii trying to be, I don't know, serious, and the caption is shut the
It's
F
the
up."
moment. It's the moment where she was like, "We? No, you are the one bullying
yeah.
Shoko, not like me."
Yeah, the biggest moment of projection of her own bullying, and the caption
How big
says, "Shut the F up." Literally, why is this bitch talking?
Okay, guys,
Very
I have
good.
to go for a minute. I will be right back because
I've
I've drank
been-
a lot of water.
Yeah, I've been actually. I think I will take the same break because I've been wanting to take that break for like an hour now.
Yeah,
I will be
we
right
are
back
at
as well.
4 hours.
We've been here for 4 hours.
Yep.
So, chat. What do you think so far? Are you enjoying this? Having a great time listening to us ramble on and on about a silent voice? Mm. Mhm.
Sorry for leaving you like that, Jed.
No worries.
I'm back now. Oh, yeah. Let's wait for Rin to finish up. We're basically at the end of the movie now. It only took us 4 hours. Sorry if I yeah, go on.
I just read here that I just went to the wiki for a silent voice, and more specifically the page for Shoko, and I saw under etymology that the name Shoko is another way of reading garas, meaning glass, which kind of really puts a spin on things or perspective on things. Like,
yeah, that's really interesting.
Of like this, glass, how it like, how it can like break and all.
Yeah. She is very fragile for sure. But yeah, sorry if I'm talking a lot, because I feel like I'm talking way too much.
No
just
worries.
really passionate about a movie, I guess, and whenever I hear silence, I get worried and I try to fill it immediately. I feel like we didn't let you talk much, Jad. I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm not really one to go like super like in depth on movies, like really. So, but I mean, like I can like really bring such things, bring any like in depth stuff, like, or even start analyzing movies like on my own without having without even having something to for me to like keep track of things, so to speak. Like, so you're
Every turn.
so you're talking, so all the talking like with all this all your talking like gave me a reference point, so to speak, for things, because I of course remember like certain events and all, but I have no, but I couldn't really keep track of the chronology of them. So thank God that you had those notes of yours. In a way.
Thank God that I also have the movie on my tabs to double check.
Yep, for sure. I had some stuff wrong for sure.
I mean,
Uh,
that doesn't mean, of course, I don't have anything to say about the movie. It's just that I don't
We're just so
really
loud.
I don't really put it out much.
but yeah, I'm gonna be honest, this is one of my favorite things to do, just analyze something I like. I could easily do another podcast like this
Oh yeah.
for Avatar, for sure. For
Oh
Avatar
my
The Last
god.
Airbender. I could talk so much about that show. I could do the same thing for A Place Further in the Universe for sure as well. Oh, there are definitely a lot of shows I can I can talk in depth
Oh, if
in movies as
speaking
well.
of talking in depth, if there's something I could like kind of harp on and on about an anime, that I could harp on and on about its greatness, it's Made in Abyss. If
Oh
I'm given the
yeah,
chance,
Hell
like
yeah.
if I'm given
yeah.
if the opportunity arises, I can just go on and on and on about it. It's
Well, I guess
freaking
we know
vast.
what I guess
Absolutely.
we know what episode 2 is gonna be.
Yeah. Wait, we have to put it in parts because there's Made in Abyss 12 episodes or 13, I don't know. I know that one episode is super long, like 1 hour. Then we have the movie. Then we have the manga, and soon there's going to be season 2.
Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. I mean,
It's multi-plot.
we've spent 4 hours talking about a 2 hour movie, and we're
Yeah.
still not quite
Yeah.
done. We still have a bit to go.
We still have like 10 minutes.
Is it 10 minutes? I think it's. Is it 10 minutes really?
I think, yeah, it's like at 50. We're like at 154. Where are we?
Oh yeah, but there's a few minutes of like credits in the end and stuff. I think it's. It's
Yeah, we
gotta be
are
less
at the
than
last
10
10 minutes. We're at the last 10 minutes,
Yeah,
and then
okay.
there's the ending song, and then there's credits.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's try to finish this thing up because it's already almost 12:30. Like it's after midnight
my
here,
God.
so yeah, we should probably wrap this up. But yeah, okay, we are at the scene where they are at the festival in Shoya's school,
Yep.
and this is his first time out of the hospital after getting discharged. And Kawaii has made him paper cranes. Mashiba is there. Nagatsuka is there. Nagatsuka is very teary and very forgiving for what Shoya said last time they saw each other. Everyone is really not like vocally forgiving, but they obviously feel like what happened was not that big a deal in the grand scope of things.
Yeah.
And again, Ueno gets a moment to shine here by not being part of the group, but being just close enough to listen in and jump in when there's an opportunity to, like showing that she wants to be there, but she doesn't want them to know that she wants to be there.
She's like a tsundere in that sense.
Yeah. She's
Okay.
kind of she's a tasteful tsundere. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. She also showed a little interest in Shoko's world by when she called her Baka, she was
Yeah.
using her hands and she
Yeah.
did the Baka side.
Yeah, and that was really the thing that, at least especially on the third viewing, that really solidified my opinion of Ueno as, yeah, she's on the right track. She is.
Yeah.
She is not necessarily a terrible person. She can grow out of this.
And the fact that Shoko, she was like, she could see the stars in her eyes. She was so delighted. She was so happy by that.
Yeah. I'm currently just looking at the gif of that scene or that moment.
Yeah, it's a really, really sweet scene. It's really nice because we finally see Shoko finally being more, I guess, not assertive necessarily, but not shrinking away from any hint of aggression from the other side.
Or interest in general.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't apologize, she doesn't do anything. She's just like, oh my god, she's signing, and she's basically clinging to that, and she corrects how she signed Baka.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. She jumps at the opportunity to make a connection with someone, even someone that she doesn't necessarily get along with.
Yeah. Shoko is in that sense kind of precious, not gonna lie.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. Especially after all the growth, especially here at the end, when when she finally has a positive outlook on life, more positive than negative. When she's
It
finally
was so
ready
nice.
to, yeah, it feels so good seeing that. That's really one of the main things I love about the movie. I keep saying that. I realize there are a lot of main things I love about the movie.
Yeah, we
But
knew.
yeah,
We all
but
love
this
those things.
but the fact that it can be so real and so raw in a sense, but it's still so hopeful and so optimistic, that like in a different movie where someone goes through tragedy and then has a positive outlook on life, it's so easy to get that wrong. It's so easy to make it look fake and like sugar coated. But
It's so, yeah.
here it's so genuine. It's so real.
You
And
saw the fall, you experienced them climbing back up.
yeah, exactly. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
And my final two notes are that I finally noticed that Sakurai is doing the exact same thing that Shoya is doing, because
Looking down, yeah.
she was also looking down. And then my final note is F this ending, because the ending, like the final scene of the movie,
Yeah.
is Shoya walking through the crowds at the festival, looking around, seeing his friends, like the people he can actually call friends now, all talking to each
Yeah.
other, all having fun, all being like happy to be around each other. Even Ueno is looking like she's having fun with the others, and it finally all falls away. All the X's from everyone's face just fall away, and he starts crying.
He lets himself be open, be vulnerable. It's
Oh my god! Thank you, Mistral,
Mistral,
for the
Mistral,
raid.
thank you.
we're letting ourselves be open and be vulnerable right now.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hi.
thank you, Mistral.
Welcome, Raiders.
Welcome,
We're-
Raiders and Mistral. How are you doing?
Yeah. And you were playing
me and
Undertale.
Rin. Oh yeah, you were playing Undertale. Me and Rin have basically we've hijacked Jed's stream to talk about a silent voice.
Oh,
about
thank you for following Blue Links.
We're so loud about this movie.
yeah, we've been talking about this movie for 4 hours and 20 minutes at this point, and we're finally at the end.
Hello.
We're finally at the final 10 minutes. Not even 10 minutes, we're at the final minute.
Well, we already mentioned the final scene, so I
Yeah.
think it's fair to say we're at the ending.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at the end.
But yeah, that's what I have to say about that. Do you guys have anything to add about the ending?
Started, and then raid happened.
No, I mean like.
So I
was-
will continue on if it's okay.
Yeah.
So the thing that is going on, Shoya lets himself be open, be vulnerable. He's taking down his basically his burden and trauma, and he's letting himself be open to communicate again. This scary experience of these crossed out exes, he will let them fall down, and he's just trying to experience the world in all its ways, in all its color, and he's basically overwhelmed by this new experience. How and which is why he starts crying, and every time when that happens, I'm so close to crying too.
Oh yeah,
Because we saw his journey from class clown to bully to being bullied to being absolutely depressed, wanting to die and stuff, and then making this recovery by trying to help someone else, and at the end even apologizing. apologizing, not apologizing, apologizing,
Yeah.
and which is when you first watch the movie, you don't realize that he hasn't apologized, and I find it so interesting that they are able to write this movie in such a way that we do not notice that until the moment comes where he notices this himself.
Yeah.
And yeah, this overwhelming sensation of sounds, because in the first scene where we saw the X's, he was suppressing his he was pressing his ears against his palm. He was closing himself from the world, and you could even hear it in the sound, how it got even quieter from the people's side.
Yeah, it got muffled, yeah.
Yeah, and I just love that return and the final shot of all the characters just smiling except Kawaii. Um, and yeah, it was so hard. It was so heartwarming. And when you see the ending song, it's also very beautiful. It's very beautifully animated, and you see the little Shoya not understanding why she signed Let's Be Friends, and then you have adult Shoya not understanding her saying Daisuki and getting out Suki.
Yeah.
So that's all my notes that I haven't written down. They just come from my feelings, they come from my heart. They come from all three of my hearts.
On that topic, actually, about like feeling and taking notes and stuff, usually, well, not usually, basically all the time when I watch something or when I play a game or whatever, anything that has a story, I'm always in analysis mode. Like I always
Cannot turn it
think
off.
of, yeah, I can't turn it off. It's just part of how I experience things. And one of the reasons why a silent voice is so special to me is it's to this day it is the only story in any medium that I've experienced where the first time I watched it, I was not analyzing anything. Like
Ooh.
I did not care about side characters. I did not care about subplots. I did not care about tropes. I did not care about any of that. It was, to me, that what I was watching was just, it was people. It was just, I was watching people, and that's it. And I have no, I wasn't watching the runtime. I never actually saw the runtime. I didn't know how long the movie was. So when the scene, when Shoko tries to jump and Shoya just falls instead of her, like at that scene, I had zero clue where the movie was going. For all I knew, I would not have been shocked if the movie had ended there. Like if one of them had fallen, if one of them had died, and the movie just ended. I would not have been shocked at all at that point. I was completely expecting it. And
But that hopeful
then,
no was something else.
yeah, and then seeing that, okay, the movie is continuing, and it was an absolutely unique experience. I have never ever experienced anything like that.
I can only agree to that. I was waiting for Shadow to say something.
Yeah, no,
I can
it's
actually
definitely-
keep going on that. because after watching the movie, I was terrified. Like I cannot explain just how terrified I was that this movie was not objectively as good as I thought it was. Because a large part of my enjoyment of things, and I know this is it's not great. It doesn't speak well of me, and I'm fully aware of this. But it's not something I can change about myself. I need to have somewhat objective reasons to like something. I can't like something purely for subjective reasons. I don't know. My brain just doesn't work that way. Even if I enjoy something, if I find fault in it, then I will stop enjoying it.
Wow.
And I was terrified that I would find fault in this movie and I would stop liking it. I was horrified by that prospect. And so it was probably like half a year or something. Usually when I enjoy something, I look up analyses of it afterwards, just to see stuff that I missed, to see how other people interpreted certain events, how they saw things. And I do that for basically anything. It took me like half a year to gather the courage to actually watch some analysis of A
Oh
Silent Voice.
wow.
Oh,
Yeah, because I was, as I said, I was terrified that the movie wasn't as good as I thought it was, and you can imagine my abject joy at the fact that it turns out the movie is actually even better than what I thought, because there was so much detail and so much depth and complexity to it that I hadn't even noticed on the first watch. And so when I watched it the second time, I loved it even more. And honestly, watching a third time, I may love it even more.
And probably this talk has also brought some stuff into
Oh yeah,
perspective.
yeah.
oh yeah, for sure. You guys pointed out some stuff that I hadn't noticed before, and really, especially the part about Yuzuru taking photos of dead things. I never really caught on to that.
Yeah, same.
I don't know.
I,
I did not know that this was such a mind-blowing thing. I
But
just
I mean, I
it's just
noticed,
that the
of course.
movie. It's just that the movie is full of so much detail all the time that while you're focusing on one thing, something else important happens and you kind of miss it.
Yeah.
yeah. I can only repeat what you said. Like this talk has also brought perspective for Ueno to me, and when I watch something, I go with an artiste brain into this, into things because as you could tell, I draw. So
Yeah.
whenever something is visually appealing to me, I'm like, oh, how did that happen? How do they do that? And sometimes when something is really photorealistic, I'm like, okay, I cannot recreate that at the moment, but how could they have done that? And I think that Kono Katashi or A Silent Voice is a really good movie where you have both the insanely well done visuals and you have the wonderful story. And this is something that is my personal quip against Your Name, where Your Name has these insane visuals, but the story is for myself speaking, more of a meh. Like, I had moments where it was fun, I liked it at moments, but then there were other moments where I was like, okay, this has no flavor, where are we going?
Yeah.
I don't
I'm
think
sorry
comparing.
I'm sorry for everyone who likes Your Name and sees me saying that.
I mean,
Because
like,
I saw on YouTube comments once, oh, I love this anime so much, it's the best anime ever, and I was like, ooh, ooh, you will not like me. You will not like me.
I,
No,
yeah, like, Your Name is like it's a good movie and all, but honestly, honestly speaking, like Silent Voice, I have to say, is better.
no, I think it's completely unfair to even compare the two. They are so different in everything they set out to do. Like
Yeah.
Your Name is basically a Hollywood blockbuster.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is. It has maybe a bit more. It has more depth than the typical Hollywood blockbuster, but it's not
Yeah.
much more. It's mostly a fun popcorn movie.
Yeah.
It does have some really nice things going for it. It has some depth, but it doesn't even set out to do what A Silent Voice does. The only reason that the two are compared, and this is the reason why I dislike Your Name as a like as a concept, even though I like it as a movie, if that makes any
My
sense.
God.
I dislike the fact that Your Name came out and was this gigantic hit, and
Oh my God, me
everyone
too.
and everyone ignored A Silent Voice
Me
because of
too.
that.
Oh my God. I did not watch Your Name for such a long time because I still was so mad at it because of how everyone just ignored A Silent Voice just because they
Yeah,
came
yeah,
out at the same time, around the same
yeah.
time, and everyone was like, "Oh, these are both slice of life." So we saw this insanely good slice of life. So let's not watch this other slice of life, and then they just passed
Oh yeah,
Silent Voice.
even calling A Silent Voice or Your Name for that matter, even calling them a slice of life is like, what? Do you do you know what a slice of life is? Like,
They both have
Like,
like
this is
drama.
Yep.
And
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
silent voice is more realistic in its drama and more, I think, a little bit more raw.
yeah,
And
for sure.
Your Name is more,
It's
as you
Hollywood.
said, Hollywood. It's Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's you will not experience the downfall of your village in any of your lifetimes. You will not experience that. You will not
Yeah,
have
you
to
will.
fear. You will not have to fear waking up in a boy's, or in your cases, female's body, in a woman's body, and grabbing her tits just to see how they feel.
Yeah.
Which, like, I think that was so weird of him. Like, I know I would probably look down once if I had a schlong, but I would not. I would not grab it the whole time. Every time I return to that body, I would just, oh, okay, we're here.
No, I think we're being a bit unfair to Your Name. I think it's a good movie. I
A
definitely
good
think it's
movie,
a
yeah,
good movie.
but as I
It's
said, it's just not my taste. It's just not
yeah,
something I
yeah,
would
yeah.
rewatch like A Silent Voice, which
Oh
is
yeah,
kind
yeah,
of weird
yeah,
because
yeah,
A Silent
absolutely.
Voice deals with depression and suicide.
I mean, like you kind of have to like go to like the core of things there with those two movies. Like you see that they are about the very different things. Uh,
Yeah,
like A Silent Voice is is this story about
humanity.
bullying and redemption and all that, and Your Name is this like kind of like
This romance.
supernatural, some
Yeah.
supernatural romance story.
It's not even exactly. I wouldn't say that the supernatural.
I mean,
It's
Well,
very
I mean,
sidelined for the romance, I would say.
yeah,
it literally is. There's like time travel and body
Yeah,
swapping
but
and
the time travel doesn't make sense in my eyes. Like, how does this happen? How, why why is this one random person picked out? Is there a reason? Is it just
oh yeah, yeah,
random?
yeah. No,
I
it's
just didn't.
definitely
My inner analyst does not enjoy this movie when it comes to the time travel.
no, it's definitely like it's magic. I don't gotta explain anything. Like just get on. We're having fun. That's it.
I still like the reveal of it being past and future, so I still like that. I think they did that really good because you would not experience that because they didn't even. But I find it, if you look deeper into it, you would find it weird because they kept diaries, and wouldn't they notice the dates at least once?
That I will go to bat for Your Name on that point though. Yeah, maybe maybe they would have noticed it, but from an audience perspective, I think it was handled really well
Yeah,
because there are a lot of subtle hints, but nothing but there is enough there uh, to put two and two together before the reveal, but there is also not enough for you to like see it immediately. And
yeah.
I appreciate that. I really appreciate when a story gives me all of the elements and gives me time to put the pieces together before telling me the answer.
Yeah. As I said, this movie is not a good movie for my inner analyst, but for my inner monkey, it is enjoyable. It is very good. Because my inner monkey just sees the beautiful visions and is like, ooh. I also get so mad every time I think about the scene where he wrote his name on her hand, and then she looked at her hand because she was like in her lowest moment, and she was like, "Oh, at least I know your name," and then it's just like, "I love you." I was
Yeah,
so
yeah.
mad. I was so pissed off. I was like, "Are you seriously? Are you seriously going with this? Are you serious? You could have just written both, you know? You could have written your name and then I love you."
ah, let's see. So it was pretty good on the tail. It's a nice game, almost finished in one run. Also had sound effects on first time. For very fun to hear sudden weird noises.
Hell
Ah,
yeah.
that's great.
That sounds really fun. Man,
Undertale's a good game.
I should really play Undertale. I tried it. I tried playing it once, and I played it for like a couple hours, and then I stopped. I'm not sure why. Never got back to it.
Oh, you
I
will
think.
enjoy replaying it
Yeah,
if you
I
do a new save.
I think the reason I didn't play it is kind of the same reason why I never finished Persona 3, because I'm one of those players who I want to see everything in one run, and that's not possible.
Oh my god. You try to go to the either whole genocide or pacifist route. You cannot be
No,
happy with neutral.
Yeah, the thing is, I want to see both of them, like not both of them, all of them at the same time. Like it's, I can't just okay. I will just go for this thing now, and maybe I will play it later to see the rest of it. Volechny, oh my god,
Volechny,
you're
why
so
are you
free to
here?
stream.
Why are you here? Go
Dude, please go sleep, please.
all three streamers are telling you to go to bed.
Yes,
This
go
is a
to
bad
bed.
sign.
Oh, he was studying. It's important, so I get it. But please go to bed now, please.
Yeah.
Please go to bed, sleep. Get the rest you deserve, sweet summer child. I don't know when you're born, but you know.
And let's see. Oh yeah, I have, I suppose, a little addendum there about silent voice.
Say.
Thank you, Mr. Ova. Thank you for the understanding.
After after I finished watching the movie, I went through some of the extra material available on the discs, and there was one that was like real life locations,
Ooh.
and I was like, oh yeah, that's interesting.
Ooh.
And it made me,
Really like it.
and like after I saw that, I was like, yeah, if I go to Japan someday, I gotta see to it that I that I visit these locations, if possible. Of course.
Oh, absolutely. Understandable.
Good night, Mistral. Hope you have a nice night.
Good night, Mistral.
Night, Mistral.
Thank you again for the raid.
Thanks for raiding.
Thank you
I love-
for hydrating in the stretch.
Do we all stretch or just Shadow?
I'm gonna stretch too, even though it's about time I should really be going to bed. But
Yeah.
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 I'm going to drink something.
Oh yeah, same. But yeah. Oh, this was quite a stream.
Yeah.
This is the longest I've ever streamed. Actually, is it?
My longest was 6 hours.
Yeah. I mean, it's for sure it's the longest single stream I've done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think you said it yourself that you mostly do 2 hours at most, I think.
Oh, I do 3 hours mostly
Oh, okay.
lately. I used to do 2 hours
You
when
have
I
the
started.
energy.
Yeah. I'm kind of getting the endurance.
You're getting the endurance.
Yeah. Well, it's also kind of tough, with work and stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure what else to add. I'm sure I can talk much more about the movie if given the opportunity, but I should probably stop myself.
Yeah. We if we don't have anything to say, we should not say. We should just stop.
No, I haven't done a 5-hour stream. That wasn't a single stream.
The longest I've done
It
is
was-
like 5.5 hours.
Oh man, that was a lot.
I'm sitting here on my throne.
Yes, you absolutely are.
And by
I don't even know how I have the endurance, if I'm honest. I don't even say anything at most during the day.
I like
So the endurance is insane.
and like my longest stream, the 5.5 hours one, like I started at like 8:30 p.m.
Oh god.
So I streamed until like somewhere around 2 a.m. So
Oh god.
Wait, was the Jackbox and Rimworld one 5 hours? Oh, no way. Couldn't... Was it 5 hours?
You have
it's-
finally
no,
5
no, it's-
hours.
No, it's 4:20. It's 4:19. It's 4 hours and 19 minutes.
Hey, we have 4:40 right now.
Yeah.
4:41 to be exact.
yeah.
Yeah.
This is the longest.
Yeah, it's not quite 5, but it's close.
Yeah.
We are close.
Well, okay, I think we can probably wrap things up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This was
We should probably drop the people off to someone else.
Indeed.
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, this was so much fun. Thank you guys so much. Thank you for having us on your channel, Jed. And
Yes,
I'm
of course.
Thank
sorry
you for
again.
having us here, Shadow.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry again for almost not letting you speak.
Oh please,
I feel
I'm so
really bad
sorry.
about that.
I'll harp
I'm
on.
also
I'll
sorry
harp
about
on. I'll harp on another time. Uh,
I'm also sorry about that, Shadow.
On the Made in Abyss stream, you're going to get like 60% of all the talking.
We should organize that because you're the only one with notes.
oh, I do in fact have an idea.
We could just like take it parts. You get episode 1, you get episode 2, you get episode 3. Let's go.
Well, actually, I do in fact have an idea of who to raid.
Ooh.
Who are we rating?
You're
Ooh.
think Blythe, but you're not wrong. You're not quite wrong. You're not quite wrong there with your suggestion there of Blythe, because the one I have in mind is playing with Blythe.
Oh.
I don't
This
know
gets
Blythe.
interesting.
It is.
I also don't know, but it sounds interesting.
It is. Oh, this name will be one you'll recognize, Rin.
Oh, I saw him online. He's doing Kingdom 2. What is the whole title? 2 Crowns.
So,
He's doing Kingdom 2 Crowns.
so do we have a raid message? A special raid message.
Oh, you can take my Twitter thing.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Oh my god! I
Right.
didn't even notice the joke there. Oh, that is so good. I just saw the picture that you drew, and I didn't even read what you wrote.
Yeah.
That is so good.
I wanted to say a punchline, but I was like, I don't have any idea for a punchline, so
No,
let's
it's
just
better.
keep it here.
It's better without the punchline. It's
I
so
wanted to
good.
say the joke is in itself.
Yeah.
There. That one,
There we
right?
go.
Yeah,
Nice.
that will be the raid message for today.
We're going
Excellent.
to rate like this.
Oh.
Oh, thank
So
you
once
everyone
again-
for watching.
Yes.
Thank you
you
guys for
everyone for-
watching. Thank you for
sticking
staying in
with
our
us.
thank you for staying in our a silent voice themed bar.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, it's counting down now. 10, 9, 8. So yeah,
Let's go.
Bye bye.
Bye.
thanks for watching and bye-bye.
Thanks for watching.